And welcome, honest doodle. The perfect average. Hey, hey! Whoa! Whoa! We've all heard the stories, we've all heard the claims. A man so perfectly average, he somehow wins the game. Not the fastest, not the strongest, not the hero from above. But if average was a championship, you'd be the one we'd crown with love. And we know, we know that you know the legend grows wherever you go. Hey! Perfect average, king of the middle ground. Perfect average, somehow standing out in the crowd. Perfect average, no more, no less, exactly what was promised. Perfect average, and somehow that makes you iconic. Perfect average. Perfect average. You've got a computer built by madmen, parts assembled by the gods. Enough lights to blind the stars, enough RAM to run tomorrow, enough cores to bend space-time, yet somehow sitting at the keyboard is the most average guy alive. The machine says final boss, the owner says I'm doing fine. Main character hardware, average guy inside. Perfect average, NASA grade equipment. Perfect average, running average achievements. Perfect average, a setup fit for royalty, controlled by pure normality. The prophecy was written, the hammer raised on high. Then you saw two anime swords and Bunk Doodle said goodbye. One glimpse of dual wielding and we all knew the score. Bunk Doodle hit the floor, Kirito kicked the door. Now you're talking level caps, power scaling every fight, trying to become Kirito every Friday night. Hero of Aincrad in your mind. Perfect average for all of mankind. Perfect average, anime protagonist dreams. Perfect average, powered by impossible machines. Perfect average, dual blades high, expectations higher. Perfect average. Perfect average, king of the middle lane. Perfect average, still proudly staying the same. Perfect average, the man, the myth, the legend, the benchmark by design. Ladies and gentlemen, the stream is about to begin. Please prepare yourselves for levels of average previously thought impossible. The perfect average has arrived.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Hello, what's going on? How we doing? What's happening? Hi. Most importantly, can you hear me? Good golly. I am balding. Just a little bit, though. You can hardly notice. Let's be honest. You can't even see, you know, where the hair loss is starting. You know, it's like you couldn't really even tell. You couldn't really even tell if you tried. Let's be honest here. BRB. Okay. Uh sorry I blinded you with my baldness and now you have to go find some glasses or something. I burned your retinas away. My bad. My bad. Well, this is awkward. Hello, everybody. What's happening? How's it going? How's it hanging? Oh, why is, uh-oh. Ah! Ah! There we go. I have my screen back there. I really want to make a way to, like, have, like, an actual computer back there or something. And, like, have the screen, like, actually fit to the screen. I think that would be cool. I don't know how to do that. But I think it would be cool. Probably. Bald. Yeah. All you joining in, I bet you this is exactly what you thought you were coming into. Yes, this is what you thought. Yep. Caretaker running late. Gotta fire him. Get a new one. How dare they run late? Also, I hope they're doing okay. Hopefully it's nothing bad. uh, Knowing my luck, it's like something terrible and I'm just making fun of it and it's just awful and I'm a horrible human being. Lee. Move all this schniz over here. I really need to like actually clean up my icons and stuff. One of these days. Ah. Okay. We're just waiting a few seconds or minutes or whatever. Gotta figure things out. I got stuff to watch, stuff to listen to, stuff to react to, and stuff and things. And I gotta make sure all my buttons are actually working too, because I'm trying to have it to where I can just toggle things, but I am not super skilled in all this stuff. So multi-action, think. The bald thing reminds me of Nine's bald, but people tend to Thanosify her after. What is Thanosify? Do I even want to know what that means? Hello! Hello, welcome. Now you just need the derp redeem. The derp redeem, I think that's going to be a very heavily paid for thing. I think that's an actual model artist thing I would have to do. Yeah. I think it would be cool, but that is not a thing I have. Hi, Joker. How's it going? There's something you have to do today? No. No, there's nothing I have to do today. There's absolutely zero things I have to do today. As a matter of fact, I was just about to end stream. Yes, there is. I have some videos popped up and I have a music player popped up. What happened to Echoes of Aincrad? I felt that I had played enough of it, and I left a review, and I submitted a they had a survey thing. Granted, I hadn't beat the game, but there was just enough in it that I just didn't feel the want to continue. Like, it's hard to explain. I thought the game was a good, like, foundation for what could be a good game, but it's I feel like I could finish it if there were some changes made, if there were some things done to it that made it feel better. It's hard to explain until you've had your fill. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You have fun with that? I'll do my own music while I do dailies. Okay. Don't want to have fun listening to stuff being reacted to. That's okay. It's fine. Doesn't hurt my feelings at all. Definitely doesn't make me have emotional self-doubt about my capabilities of reacting as a streamer or anything. No, it's fine. It's fine. Just do your own thing. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. You can come back to it if you get the itch eventually, but not the one that hooks you completely. Yeah, ow. That hurts more without hair in the way. That's rude. But I feel like I can definitely go back to Echoes of Aincrad. I've even followed a few channels and a few news things that are like dedicated to it, so I've kind of been keeping up on that. I'm hoping it doesn't get abandoned. I really do. I think they have like a DLC planned for it, but beyond that, we just don't know. As far as I know, so it's like I'm hope it could definitely become a uh what was that game, the space one, No Man's Sky. I feel like Echoes of Aincrad could easily No Man's Sky it become one of the best versions of a Sword Art Online game if given the chance. I really do. But the music isn't for me. Totally cool. Why would I be afraid? I mean, music is, it's whatever. Everyone likes their own different types of music. I listen to all kinds of music, to be honest, but everyone has their genres, their niches, and stuff like that. That's fine. I was just goofing and gaffing. It's okay. You can see the music I post in Discord, though I don't post everything. That's I listen to it. I do. May not seem like it, but I do. Their own. I get people have different tastes. Yeah. And unfortunately for Joker, while I was moving everything, downloading and whatnot, I may or may not have heard the first 2 seconds of it, and we're in for a treat. That's all I'm going to say. We're in for a treat. Yes, I heard the first 2 seconds, and I was like, oh, God, this is going to be a whole thing, isn't it? Isn't it? I was just downloading and moving things, okay? For some reason, my Audacity decided it needed to open downloaded .wav files. I guess there's a setting for Audacity to do that, and I did not know that, so I apologize. I turned it off real quick. I didn't do it on purpose. I'm sorry, okay? Well, okay, to be fair, I downloaded Audacity like 2 months ago, but I've never really messed with it. So like I didn't know it had a thing where WAV files it opens up in there, whereas I normally use Media Player, so it's I didn't know, okay? I turned it off real fast. Quit bullying me. Now I'll friggin' hydrate. And I actually have my water canteen, so like, it's water, probably. It's only 2 seconds. You know what the first 2 seconds are. It hit me in the soul. The importance. Oh, you know what? There's actually one thing I have to do. I did say I would do something before I listened to it, so hold on. The maid outfit. Yeah. Let me dragon icon. Okay, so it should. No, wait. Hold on. Back. Stop. I want to delete. I'm trying to make it to where trigger a hotkey. Pretty sure this one will be made. Model. I'm very new to all this, so I'm pretty sure if I click that, it should just put the outfit on, correct? Yes. Okay, it does work. Perfect. So now I have a toggle for it instead of it being just the redeem. But funny, also really fast-paced-ish and catchy, so it's kind of funny, but also an actual song. Oh, I don't doubt that it's going to be an actual song. I'm just scared. I'm just scared, okay? Y'all are going to hear the first 2 seconds too and go, oh, that's why he's scared. I'm already not beating the e-boy allegations, okay? Okay? All right, now let's see if this other button works. Sex songs for Doodle. I mean, if you now see, I'm getting more. I am getting more and more scared the more we talk about it. Okay, I already had the laugh in my mind. You know what? I'm just gonna. We're gonna get ready. Okay, we're ready. You know, my scuffed kind of fitting maid outfit that doesn't fit like at all. And my arms that weirdly pop out of the sleeves. I wish I could move my arms and stuff, but I don't know all the ins and outs of, you know, being up close like this makes it so much worse. I think, hold on. I think, there, see that this isn't as bad. I mean, it's still bad, but I don't know how this works. It doesn't look as bad though. Okay? So if I push this again, okay, I'm just, my torso's gone. My green suit. Okay. All right, y'all ready for this? If it had a choker, it would kind of block the neck thing. Fair enough. All right, y'all ready for this? I'm not ready for this. I'm gonna. All right, here we go. Wonder how people put those on. Very carefully. Usually they're stretchy and you can put them over your head, but some of them have like a buckle or something in the back. I used to go to Hot Topic a lot. Don't ask. Anywho, this song is called. This song is called "Who's That Maid?" I'm that maid. Apparently. All right, y'all ready? 3, 2, 1, boom. I gotta make sure you guys can hear it. Oh, I don't know if it's on. Making sure. You can hear me, but I don't know if you can hear the song. Oh, there it goes.
Walked in the room, thought I knew your game. Black lace, white fur, girls, who's that pretty dame? You said, it's a joke, yeah, we know. But you're fixing that skirt like you're stealing the show. Apron tight, tight, little bow on the back. All that masculine pride, getting lost in the black. You can hide that face, you can lower the tone, but the maid's on duty when you're home alone. No, don't look away, you wore it, you chose it. Now on the display, there's no way to close it. Who's that maid at the door? Tell me, who are you dressing for? Pretty little nightmare serving up shame. You can blame the outfit, but you're loving the game. Yeah, polish that silver, straighten that tie. Look me in the eyes while your dignity dies. You wanted a joke, now the joke's on you. Welcome to the maid life. What else can you do? Chat saw the fit and they lost their minds. Every single viewer suddenly crossing the line. Sir, yes sir, no, that's not quite right. Cause the server's a gentleman dressed for the night. You can call it ironic, you can call it a bit, but the way that you pose says you're married to it. One little twirl and the whole room knows that maid outfit's got you putting on a show. Don't fight the stare, you know that they notice. You walked in there and everybody froze it. Who's that maid at the door? Tell me, who are you dressing for? Pretty little nightmare serving up shame. You can blame the outfit, but you're loving the game. Yeah, polish that silver, straighten that tie. Look me in the eyes while your dignity dies. You wanted a joke, now the joke's on you. Welcome to the maid life. What else can you do? Shh. Don't ruin the fantasy. Just pour the tea. Smile for the camera. You said you'd never wear it again. Funny, you're wearing it pretty well.
God damn it.
Don't look so shy. Who's that maid? Who's that maid? Who's that maid? Who's that maid at the door? Tell me, who are you dressing for? Pretty little nightmare stealing the frame. Now everybody knows your secret name. So polish that silver, straighten that tie. Give us that smile like you're loving the lie. You wanted a joke, now the joke's on you. Welcome to the maid life. Yeah, we all knew you would. Thank you for your service, sir. Your shift starts at 8.
It's a really good song. It is. And I would, it's like, even not knowing if it was like just a song I found, it would be what I'd listen to because it's like just a good song. But god damn it. I won't be here anymore. Very really hard if I should go for sexy kind of diss track. Ah. It is a really good song. I can't deny that. It is catchy and boppy, and then the parts that were like, ah, OST now. Yes, it does. And you know what? Now we're gonna have to figure something out for the beginning of next year because the bet was the main outfit. So you know that now what happens now? Good golly. It was a good song though. It sounded great. You know what? You know it's to be funny. Like I, this could honestly fit like if you would put this up on like Booth or like wherever songs could be sold or whatever. I could honestly see any like male VTuber that has a maid outfit or whatever being able to use it. Granted, I know you made it here, but I'm just like, it would be kind of interesting to see that. You know, I could tell you had fun with it. I could definitely tell, and I think you knew the certain parts. You were talking to me. I knew you were. I felt it. But I don't work by commission. But well, I wasn't saying like commission. I was saying like I don't know how the song industry works. If you could sell by song on like certain things or whatever. I don't know how that works. I'm just saying. Just saying. Was there for a reason. Or you said you wouldn't wear it again, but it fits you very well. You know, that I mm, mm, mm. I felt it. I felt it like a dagger in the heart. but like a kind dagger. Like a friendly dagger kind, you know? The bulk of it. You did such a good job though. I think one problem I have when I listen to songs, I actually have to force myself to listen to lyrics because I grew up in orchestra and band and stuff, so I love listening to instruments. I love picking things out and whatnot. So I told myself and I forced myself, I'm like, you have to listen to the lyrics. You have to listen to the lyrics. That's what he wants you to do. But I mean, there's a lot of the parts where I kind of started sinking back into the instruments, and I loved it. It was awesome. It sounded so good. Ah, yeah, it's good. It's good. Better good. I had fun. I enjoyed it. Another song to add to the Joker folder upon my computer. Sometimes I go really heavy on the production, so sometimes I have to stop myself to analyze the lyrics. Yeah, it's good. It's good. Actually, how long is that? You know, it'd be kind of interesting. I wonder. That laugh. That laugh. That laugh. The first 2 seconds. 4 minutes and 4 seconds. You know, I wonder if I time the maid outfit to be 4 minutes. Maybe not 4 minutes, 4 seconds, just 4 minutes. If I just have that playing at like 10% volume in the background the whole time. I wonder if that would be too distracting or too much. My microphone just to sound like that low raspy. All right there, corpse husband. Let's calm down. I don't think anyone could ever reach that amount of raspy. Granted, it wasn't exactly his choice, and I feel bad for the dude, but like, in a way, that guy had a gift. He really did. A terrible gift, but a gift. Just after waking up helped. Oh yeah, that probably helped a lot. You always what is it about voices that when you're just waking up or like terribly sick is when your voice is like peak godhood, you know? It's like every time you talk, it's like angels are singing, you know? Because you're not filtering your voice. True. I actually, you know what's funny you say that is I actually watched a TikTok where a guy was like, I just learned from like a voice class that we or we everyone filters their voice through like an everyday thing that we just do so often. It's a natural thing, And like they taught me that if you just relax everything and you open up your throat or whatever, just relax it and like try not to be like so up. Like everyone has such a higher voice than they really do, or everyone's talking with such a higher voice than they really do, that like when you just relax everything, it just comes out like super super deep compared to like what you normally do. And I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. I wonder how my voice normally sounds, but I don't know what's like forcing it and what's like not. Pronounce words in a way until a way others will understand clearly. Most times we do it without noticing. We overuse muscles in our throats to make sounds more clear, but if you don't force yourself at all, just relax your neck, your real voice comes out. See, that's just the thing is you say relax the neck, but I know it's gonna sound weird, but like I don't know what that means because it's like I can like like I I tell myself that I'm like letting go of muscles or whatever in my neck, but I don't know if that's me like forcing it or if I'm like actually relaxing kind of thing, you know? Like it's weird. It's like maybe I'm just so used to it I don't know what relaxing it feels like. Just don't think and say oh without raising your voice. Don't filter it. Just a constant sound. Are you saying like oh or ooh? Ooh. Ooh. I don't know. I don't know. Comes out of your mouth is the first tone of your voice. Oh. It doesn't feel different. I don't know. I felt silly. But it's probably just because I don't know what I'm doing. It is different. Ooh. 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 But okay, here's the thing. If I do that, how do I just talk like that? You know? Like how do I just be like, I want to talk like that, but you know, I want to train myself to talk with my natural voice. And I wonder if it's also a thing where like maybe I'm just so adverse to like I don't want to sound like a I drop my voice and I sound all e-boy or whatever. So like I'm so adverse to that like I don't want to go lower or something like that. I don't know. Think you're conditioned since probably a teenager, so talk like this right now. So unlearn that is gonna be hard. Yeah, probably. Probably. And you know what's funny is I wonder if when I first started streaming, if I started doing that, because I actually remember like the first year of me streaming, I was not a talkative person. I was not, and I forced myself to talk even when nobody was there for the longest time. And I remember I had just gotten so used to just talking that I was at like a family reunion or a family get together or something or whatever. And I remember both my mom and my sister had asked like, "Why do you sound like that? Why are you talking so deep? That's kind of weird." And maybe I became self-conscious after that because like I wasn't trying to force myself to do that. And I wonder if just not being a talkative person and talking to nobody for so long, maybe I was just, you know, doing natural voice and I don't know, just something that kind of happened at one point. understand better for most cases. All that person might think I'm doing a Batman impression. Also, I'm gonna trigger your neck muscles to react. What are you talking about? Batman didn't have no neck muscles. He had to turn his whole body to look left to right. The way you sound in the morning when you feel a bit dizzy and you're waking up, that's your natural voice tone. Oh. Maybe that's what I'll have to try and pay attention to, is like how my vocal cords feel and my neck feels and when I'm talking. I'm like, what's up, everybody? I had to yawn. I wonder if yawning is also a thing, you know? Put your voice down there. Oh. Anyway, sorry. I went off on a little. Your neck looks. Whoa! Wait, whoa! How dare you? We're talking about singing and talking with our normal voices. What not? How dare you? Morning. How's it going? I do it a lot. My wife always tells me that I sound way different when I wake up. This comment after the maid thing is kind of fitting. No, it's not. It's not fitting. There's no maid thing. Nothing happened. Racing the VOD. There's no proof. Nothing ever happened. No maid thing. Nope. Nope. Wet hurricanes ripping is a new asshole right now. What was that sentence? Ah! Ah! Ah, God! Ow. I'm still just, I'm trying to understand the sentence that, why? Why is my wallpaper flashing with the sounds? I didn't know it was audio. I've been up on flood watch the whole night. Oh, good. What? Oh, okay. Well, damn. Damn. Well, I hope everything's all right. Hope the, yeah, damn. 10 stream streak, hell yeah. Why do I deserve this? I don't deserve this. Ow. Check out TikTok. It's fucked. I haven't seen anything. All my TikTok is just freaking chibi doki and stuff. Or, you know, whatever that is. Hold on, let me see. Hurricane. Genuinely how Maui's beaches are looking because of the hurricane. Big old waves. Hurricane Lala lashes Hawaii's Big Island. Hurricane Lala brings heavy rains and flooding to Hawaii's Big Island. Damn. That bridge looked like it was about to give out. Damn. Damn, yeah, it's crazy. Well, I hope everything's going all right at least. And forgive the unintentional pun, but I hope it, blows over fine. you know? Damn. I've always lived in the middle of the continent, so I've never had to deal with anything more than a slight tremor, you know? I live up in the mountains, where all I have to deal with is the cold, the deathly chill. But that's about it. Damn. Well, I have some videos to watch today. Let's see here. I have 4 videos that I pulled up that I think would be interesting. What are we watching today? Well, the order probably doesn't matter, but I found one video about Warcraft that is by a channel called Platinum WoW, where they're talking about the potential, not remake, reset. I think that's what they're calling it, the reset of Warcraft, and how things are going towards that since all the writing was kind of poo for the last like 10 years. So that sparked my interest, and I thought that would be kind of interesting to watch. I got 2.
Take a look at these content, and
why are you playing? Stop. I have 2 Rev videos. One, the Bao VTuber situation is worse than you think, which I don't know what Bao did this time, but I don't know. Maybe I should be more into VTuber stuff. So I was like, maybe I should watch this to kind of see what's going on. And then another Rev one about Hogwarts Legacy 2 being in active development, and apparently that's a sin against mankind. And then one by a Chibi Reviews called They Told Japan Their Culture is Inferior. Apparently, Western anime enthusiasts are telling Japan that their culture is stupid and to stop inserting it into anime, which definitely piqued my interest because that sounds stupid. You need to learn 40k lore. Fuck that blueberry bitch. I don't judge anyone yet. I have my feelings towards certain VTubers, but I don't. Bao is probably the one I know the least about. That's all I know. Actually, and I'm actually glad you said 40k because there was actually a video, I'm pretty sure I was gonna watch. I added it to a list. Warhammer 40k lore. It's by Bricky. This one.
And reclaim the lost.
Silence Bricky. So he has one called Every Single Warhammer 40k Faction Re-Explained Part 1. And I hadn't watched the original Explained, but I'm like, you know what? If he's re-explaining it, that means some things changed, and I kind of want to know what's going on. So I'm glad you put that there. So we have 5 videos today. We'll do the Warhammer one last. Is friends with Lily, so I'm probably her mortal enemy as well, so I relate to the sentiment. Watch Bricky's video, man. They are great. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'll watch it last. That'll be the last one before we go into like games and stuff. So, and I will admit, when I saw the Bao one, my first thought was I kind of want to be up to date with the dramas and the whatever. So that's part of it. The other part of it is I wonder if Joker has things to say about this one because he may or may not know. So part of me wanted to see if you had input, you know? I don't know if it's call worthy, but maybe you could put in like little chats here and there and I could pause and because my knowledge of this whole thing is whatever, you know, if you want to throw in bricks or inputs or whatever you can, but like, you know, that's what I'm thinking. You need to know your Legion because I'm tired of all my ball jokes bouncing off your head. That's fair. You know what? And I even got the armor sets now, and one of them, the shoulder pad, literally has Baal on it, and I'm like, oh, well, okay. I didn't, because to me, that's a bad name. I don't, that, from my previous knowledge of other games, Baal is a bad name. So, you know. Anywho, let's watch the Bao VTuber situation. We'll move on to the other ones, and we'll end, like I said, we'll end with the Warhammer one. It's 2 hours long. Today might just be a react day, so yeah, we'll get to that one last. But first, we got to go through all the news and the situations and stuff. So dumb. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to keep myself informed on some things. Is it something that I will end up caring about? I don't know. We'll see. I'll let you kick yourself in the head when you learn. Okay. And you gotta remember, like I said, all of my knowledge when it comes to like names and stuff comes from like other series. So when I see Baal or Baal, I don't know how you pronounce it in Warhammer, but I come from Diablo. So Baal is the Lord of Destruction, a demon, a primeval. So yeah, that'll. Ah! Ow! Stop it! I've already been pummeled today. Balls. All right. Let's get the VTuber drama out of the way so we can get to the true lore of Warhammer and factions and stuff. Also, I should probably go to the right channel. Hold on. All right. I also want to make sure you guys can hear everything. I'm pretty sure you can.
I know a con.
Yes. Okay. You guys can hear it. Red Eye also comes from Diablo, so he might know Baal from Lord of Destruction as well, just so you know. Anywho, Rev, take it away. What's going on with Bao, the tuber, Bao the whale? The only thing so to kind of give you an idea, the only thing I know about Bao was she was part of the whole situation with Cinder and Lily and all that stuff. I know she was part of it. I don't remember where she was in all of it. I know she's very memed on for liking furry men. And I think that's it. That's about all I know about Bao. That's all I know about Bao. My knowledge mostly comes from TikTok, so let's go.
Controversial topic when I see one, and that's exactly what we're covering in this video. So not only are we talking about how people are right now criticizing Bao, but also they're
for legal reasons I can't disclose in public stuff, but Bao has been friends with Shy Lily and the Mean Girls group for a long time. A lot of bad things. I know Bao, Lord of Hatred. It's not Lord of Hatred, stupid. That's Mephisto. Bao is the Lord of Destruction, you dingus.
There is a general discussion going on once again about what it means to be a VTuber. When do you post too much real life content? When it comes to that stuff, there's really only 3 camps. There's one camp that is very purist. They don't want to see any.
All right, before he says the 3 camps, me personally, somebody who's not like super like, I, at the end of the day, am a VTuber, 100%. But I'm not like in the VTuber circles, whatever. I don't know how that works. But like, to me, if you're going to tell people you're a VTuber, you kind of have to be a VTuber, you know? I feel like you have to keep real life and your tuber self kind of separated. Like, I'm not against like showing real life areas around me, like if I went to Disney World or I went on vacation somewhere, or hell, I just show you guys my desk in my room. I feel like that's acceptable because you're showing like around you, but I feel like the idea that you're a VTuber is to never show yourself. Keep yourself anonymous. Keep like, I think that's the point, but that's like my personal preference. You know, that's just me though. I'm a salamander. If you were in the VTuber circles, you would probably had me banned already. Let's see, that's the other thing is I don't follow trends. I judge people by their character, not by someone else telling me to judge them. I know I'm super weird, crazy. So what does that say about VTubers like Vexoria? I have no idea who that is. Yeah, I don't. All right, what are the camps? There, Rev, tell me.
IRL content from a VTuber. They say this is a virtual YouTuber. That's all I want to see. Then there's another camp that doesn't care, right? They don't care how much real life content you post. It doesn't bother them at all. Then there's a third camp, which personally I fall into, that is a little bit in the middle somewhere, right? Where a little bit of IRL content doesn't really bother them. But when it gets to a point where it's the primary source of your content, it feels a bit weird to keep calling yourself a VTuber. And that's exactly what's happening with Bao, because for months, all she's been posting is real life content with no mention of VTubing whatsoever, while at the time, still labeling herself.
Hold on. Freaking, I've been yapping for so long. I already have an ad. Freaking heck, dude. Hold on. I'm going to snooze it. Give us 5 minutes. Vex is another one that loves you. You're collecting all the hate, like Pokemon cards. Nice. I mean, okay, coming from that perspective, though, like, I mean, Bao is an established VTuber, and then going into real life content to making it like, I guess that's kind of what the whole thing's about. But it's like, I don't know. I feel like there should maybe be 2 accounts, 2 different versions. Like Bao the VTuber, leave Bao the VTuber as a VTuber. You know, let it be VTube stuff, let it be content, let it be whatever, and then maybe have like a Bao IRL or I don't know, something like that to be like, here's what I'm doing, this is what I cooked today, yada yada yada. Like have 2 separate things so people that want the VTuber have the VTuber, but the people that want the real life are now have the real life stuff, you know? I don't know. I don't that's kind of an odd, especially since they're already established, you know? I mean, you guys know my preference is like you guys will probably never know more than Honest Doodle. Most likely. That's how I feel about it. You will probably never see the face behind the model. That's just how I feel, though. I feel like that's kind of the point of VTubing, but you know, the future holds many roads, as they say.
As a VTuber, and that has been the big discussion over the past couple of days. And given the very poor reputation Bao has with the VTubing scene and among VTuber fans right now for reasons I'll get into in just a second, she has become a lightning rod for this conversation where many people believe that she essentially coasted off of VTubing to build an audience and then try to transfer that over to real life content where she's trying to essentially build a career in the normie face cam scene. And, well, people are definitely very up in arms.
I'd to tell you shit probably one of these days, but I'll share that Bao specifically has this goal of using VTubing as an ally template. Yeah, that's literally what he was just saying. Yeah. I have arrived. Good afternoon. Did I break anything with your Pal World stuff last night? Nope. I did see you swapped it over to, I assume 25 pals, but everything seems to be working. It's not a theory, it's the truth. Well, I mean, she's definitely moving that way, which, I mean, that's such a weird thing for me because, like, maybe I don't know how. I've never been like a hyper fan of someone. I've never been like a super fan of anyone or anything. Like, I mean, unless you count like, Warcraft and like lore and stuff, but I feel like that's a little different. But it's like, I guess if you like somebody enough that even if they move over to a different genre, different whatever, you would follow them. But I feel like no matter how big your audience is, if you build your audience doing A, and then you're like, all right, we're shifting over to B, but everyone that followed you for A is going to be like, but we followed you for A, not B. That's, I mean, it's not terrible, but that I don't know. I have a weird feeling about that, and I don't know how to describe the feeling. It's just weird. It might be one of these days, grab all the info I have and just filter it to Rev anonymously. Dude, do it. Well, okay, don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. Just if you feel like you want to freaking do it, but like Google Docky. 35 pounds, the max base is less than 4 instead of 5. We'll see how things change, performance and all, but I feel like this is a good stretch. Yeah, I felt like it was pretty good. I think the biggest thing for me was I had my bases based on 15, so when I suddenly had, I think 8 more slots, I was like, all right, I don't know what to do now. What 8? So, but yeah. Anywho, Rev, continue.
Over what's happening right now. And you have to understand with Bao, she is very controversial among VTuber fans right now. And that has to do with controversies she has faced over the last year and a half or so. And I'm going to run through them very quickly to give you some backdrop here. Number one, a lot of people viewed her as a mean girl, and that her involvement with the whole Cinder drama was
Y'all want to know something funny? Sorry, this is kind of unrelated. Silvervale's the reason why I became a VTuber. Yep. Years and years ago, even before 2020, Silvervale's the reason I decided to become a VTuber. If you want me to get into it, I will, but she's kind of the reason.
Very sloppy, and also she was backing a lot of people who have been outed as hypocrites or liars in that situation. But I covered this right here, where she was making many comments people viewed as the product of misandry, a hatred of men, where she said if you're an up-and-coming female...
Is it misandry or misandry? I've heard it pronounced the other way. The way he said it was weird. I thought it was misandry. If you're up and coming female content creator with a small but growing audience and a much larger and successful male content creator approaches you out of nowhere and showers you with attention on streams and DMs, etc., don't walk, run. I mean, yeah. Just because I don't include every single nuance, exception, possibility, or variation doesn't mean we're not still having the same conversation. Stay safe, King. I mean, coming from someone like that, like, yeah, that's a very nuanced sentence there. So riddle me this. Why are we caring that an artist is switching genre subjects when artists do it all the time? I feel like if you are a fan of VTubers and you watch a certain person because they're your favorite VTuber, and then suddenly they switch to IRL streaming, and I'm not saying she is, I don't know. According to, sources, she is going full live. Well, okay, now they are no longer doing the thing that you followed them for. You still like them, probably, but they're not doing the thing that it's like following. I don't know if that's a good comparison. I'm gonna say it anyway, but I don't think it's a good comparison. It's like, imagine you're a Blink-182 fan, and you follow them for years, and then they're suddenly like, "All right, we are gonna go from making music to creating cartoons. We are now Blink-182, the cartoon development studio." And you're like, "Oh, okay. Well, I listened to you for your music, but okay, well, I guess we'll follow the cartoons, see what that's about. So I don't know. It's Silver incredibly though does not have me blocked because Nap had bad Jennings used VTuber platform to talk shit and put a bad name on it with her weird personality and extreme takes on shit. And now that she got what she wanted, she just detaching herself from VTubing like a leech. Yeah, I could see that. Again, you have to realize I'm coming from an outside perspective, so I don't know all the ins and outs and yabba yah. Also, I just realized freaking ad break. Ad! It's been going for 3 minutes. I'm just that stupid. Ad break is finishing now. Thank you, Saribot. I appreciate you. But yeah, I think Joker probably put it way better than I could. I think if she had the intention, not that I don't believe you, Joker, or anything, it's just with the information I have, I feel like if she had every intention to come in, make an audience, and shit all over the thing that she's making an audience with, and then leave, I feel like that's kind of a dick way to put it, a dick way to do it, One of these days, remind me to get my old phone and we can go through it. Man, I'd love to see your reaction to the messages and the amount of shit there. Good lord. Maybe. See, that's what you do. That's how you funnel it. You funnel it to me and I'll be the anonymous. I got this information. Rev here. I don't know how credible that would be though. But yeah, I don't know. I don't like, it's like I don't care so much as I just want to be like caught up on this stuff. Cause, yeah.
Female content creator with a small audience and a much larger successful male content creator approaches you out of nowhere and showers you with attention on stream, in DMs, etc. Don't walk, run. And of course, likes may be private, but thanks to useful idiots like this, their reaction to the situation was essentially revealing some of Bao's thoughts, where she liked a comment responding to her post saying men that are crying about this are the same men that cry about us saying we'd choose the bear. And in case you're not terminally online, here's the context of that debate. A lot of people are being asked the hypothetical: if you're a woman alone in the woods, who would you rather spend your time with? Would you spend it with a bear or a man? And a lot of people, mainly feminists, were saying they'd rather spend their time with a bear because at least the bear would just eat you and not do anything beyond that, which is absolutely insane. And the fact that she is siding with that sort of rhetoric was really off-putting to a lot of people. But of course, there was more to it. Facing the backlash, Bao would then mock all of her male fans, which of course rubbed people the wrong way even more.
I had a lot of strong feelings about this, and to
the hell
people
is
that are
that?
trying to dilute what I'm saying to fit their own like stupid ass anti-woman. Oh, you.
Sorry, Bao. I was not paying attention to you. I was paying attention to the friggin' slime with ass cheeks in the background.
And more.
I had a lot of strong feelings about this, and to the people that are trying to dilute what I'm saying to fit their own like stupid ass anti-woman. Oh, I fucking hate you. You're misandrous. I don't care, bro. I don't care, bro. Go fix your receding hairline. You ever heard of minoxidil? Yeah, try that. All right. Don't care. Wrap it up. Okay. Hey, man, you're outing yourself. Okay.
It's mostly pyro pups and grifters, so nothing different than the past 5 months for me. Oh yeah, this must have been after the whole Cinder thing.
I didn't say anything. You did it yourself.
So as you can see from that clip, there was an attempt to gaslight her viewers into what the actual context of the backlash was, and she would continue that on social media, where one...
I said if Harvey Weinstein invites you to a party, don't go, and it ruffled some feathers. That's literally not what you said. This is basically a Demi situation all over again, where it's like, obviously these are old, but it's like she said one thing over here, And she's like, well, people couldn't read between the lines, so it's their fault and not my fault. Like, that's literally not what yeah, no, I should have read down below. Yeah. Maxor, isn't he the one that makes the holy shit overstimulate videos? I think I watched like one, and I didn't even watch it. I think it was Alana watching it. But yeah, see, I've noticed this is a common thing I've noticed amongst VTubers that, how do I want to put this? I don't know how to put it, but I'm gonna assume you guys know what I'm talking about. like, I mean, look at the situation with Demi. Look at the situation, look with Bao. Like, they both said very vague things, and then they were like, "If Harvey Weinstein invites you to party, don't go." Or Demi was like, "Oh well, I don't want NSFW, but I don't mind lewd, But because you couldn't see that, it's not my fault." Like, you have to be specific. You have to. When you talk to people, you can't just say generalizations. They want to get money from OnlyFans, but had such a fucked up what? Whoa, sorry. My chat literally just flickered. Like, what was... Sorry. Dude, this bitch literally wanted to get money from OnlyFans, but had such a fucked up mental image of herself that started VTubing. Wait, so Bao wanted to start out as an OnlyFans model, but then decided to start VTubing because of her own self-image? That is quite the claim. I'm not gonna... Wow. Bloodborne, it pissed me off so much. I mean, damn. Without entering anything, yes. Wow. That will be something I have to look up later. Maybe. If it's... I don't even know if I want to look that up, actually. Damn.
One user said, just woke up, what the F is going on, because this was a huge set of drama involving Bao. And then Bao said, I said, if Harvey Weinstein invites you to a party, don't go. And it ruffled some feathers. And I even pointed out in the replies, that's not what you said. You did not say, if you're encountering a potentially predatory individual, run away.
Okay, you know what? So, if you're an up-and-coming female content creator with a small but growing audience, and a much larger and successful male content creator approaches you out of nowhere and showers you with attention on stream, in DMs, etc., don't walk, run. Okay, face value, that's kind of sensible, especially in today's, whatever you want to call it. But, like, I feel like there's a lot of, like, that's so generalized, though. Like, I'm not saying if a big, strong man comes up to you, you shouldn't be afraid, kitten. No. I like, what if they just want to collab? What if they were like, I actually really like this VTuber, and I want to help them grow. I feel like I could use my numbers or my community to back them up. All these different things that could potentially be happening, but because Bao decided to say it this way and have a bunch of other female VTubers that may or may not be starting out following her are gonna be like, oh, I have to make sure I don't fall into this trap and blah 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 blah, blah. It's blah, blah, blah. I'm gonna DM you what I mean, and I'm gonna try and find a screenshot Stereo's version of a community note. Pretty much. It depends on circumstances of the thing they say and all that. Yeah, it literally depends on circumstances. Like, in a general sense, Bao is right. Yes, in this little general sense. But the little bit more I'm learning about her, the more I'm realizing the sinister intent behind this message, The hate all men kind of thing. Motive versus intent, exactly. Yes.
No, she said all successful male content creators, and that rubbed people
Just remember, women out there, if I ever become big and successful, like right now, it's okay. Like if I approach you now because I'm a little tiny little baby boy, it's okay. We can collab. But if I ever become big old tuber, run away. Run away from me. I'm big and scary with big old audience.
A very wrong way. Within that same week, she got into another set of drama involving the art platform Skeb, where she made this now deleted tweet based.
Why make content for people you hate? That's basically 90% of every OF model. 90% of every OF model thinks all men are horrible, hateful incels that should go die in a ditch. And yet...
basically saying that because of the platform's function, a lot of the art she was commissioning was being revealed and publicly shown before she had intended, which is not true, right? That's something she could have avoided, and she deleted this tweet before a successful note was applied to it. And Skeb itself came out and clarified at the time that during the process of commissioning art, there's 4 separate opportunities to make it clear that you don't want things revealed early. But she didn't take those opportunities and was misrepresenting what the platform functions as. Then, in response to that
even on that, like when I got my model done, I might have to re-listen to that. Sorry. I keep getting distracted by shit. But when I got my model done, like I had like 3 different areas where it's like, hey, do you mind if while working on this, if chosen to, the artist can stream them working on the model, doing the art, doing the stuff for it? Do you mind if there is like progress stuff shown? Do you mind this? Do you mind that? Like I had to go through all these things, and that was on VGen. I don't know about it. Skeb. Is Skeb? I feel dumb. I wasn't paying attention. My brain is scattered today. I apologize. But if Skeb is an artist or Skeb is a site, like I would assume they have the same thing where it's like, hey, we can show progress. No. Hey, do you mind if the artist works on it live on stream? No. Do you mind if most artists I've seen or worked with have these. So that is kind of crazy. Jesus Christ, don't let get to your head, but remember, only direction go and you're at the top is down, and you see how quick VTubers rise and fall. Yeah. You have the info and DMs when I get screenshots or review them with you instead. Scab is a commission site where the artists accept commissions. By the way, how much did your model cost? I don't remember, but I want to say it was upwards of like 700. I'll have to find it for you, but I'm pretty sure it was around there. All right, Rev, I'm gonna rewind a little bit because my brain, for some reason, it nixed out part of that.
Was applied to it, and
So please ask permission before publicly posting finished commissions. I know you're really excited about finishing a really cool commission, but you might accidentally spoil a client's project. So many commissions, I just gave up doing anything because it was posted before I could do anything with them. Okay, going into knowing what's coming up, I will admit I kind of agree with Bao here, but knowing what's coming up, it kind of feels like it was Bao's fault for not. I feel like there should have been more communication there, but it's hard because I know what's coming up. Sorry.
And she deleted this tweet before a successful note was applied to it. And Skeb itself came out and clarified at the time that during the process of commissioning...
Clients cannot restrict creators from publishing their works for any reason. This notice is shown at 4 times before sending their first request, and they cannot proceed unless they check the box agreeing to it. So basically what you're saying is Bao just saw checkbox to move forward, checkbox, move forward, checkbox, move forward. And she didn't click the ones that would have made her happy. So you're saying if Bao was a Warcraft player, she would never read any of the quests and then be mad because she was confused on what to do for the quest. Got it.
Art, there's 4 separate opportunities to make it clear that you don't want things revealed early. But she didn't take those opportunities and was misrepresenting what the platform functions as. Then, in response to that backlash, she essentially said she's not being canceled, she's engagement farming.
Canceled 4 times in a month, canceled 4 times in a month. Nuh-uh, guys. It's not being called canceled. It's called engagement farming. Thank you very much. Here we go again. Come on. You can't be for real. Guys, I'm so fucking dead ass. Who's actually going?
Yeah, of course, that clip rubbed people the wrong way yet again. It seems like she's kind of thumbing her nose at anyone who's upset with some of her recent comments. It looks very narcissistic and entitled. Not a good look. And another controversy that she was involved with was the Psychono situation, where she was reposting various tweets like that of Himomo in her Google Doc, where she labeled Psychono not only as a serial cheater, which he was, but also as a dangerous predator, which he was not. That aspect of this Google Doc and the whole expose with Mugen was completely debunked, but Bao reposted that among other tweets, including ones that are now deleted, using that dangerous predator label, and this repost is still live on her account to this day. Like, she's never gone back and thought, sharing a post labeling someone as a predator maliciously with no proof, maybe I shouldn't support that, but nope, it's still up to this day. But that's just a snapshot of everything going on with her over the last year and a half or so.
Never changes.
So you have to understand, with that backdrop, her sort of PR, her reputation among VTuber fans right now is abysmal, okay? She was someone who was very well respected for a lot of years, but also people started to turn away when she leaned way more into explicit, not safe for work content, where she is selling that sort of stuff on the usual websites. But that's the backdrop. And for someone who's always posted some real life content, she at least used to wear a mask. It was more of a special event. But nowadays, I mean, she's just straight up face posting, right? Like, I'm not sharing anything that's hidden. She is doing this on her own volition. And the response to this is,
well, that's, you know what, that's kind of funny, because I think I've come across this picture like 2 or 3 times on like other people like announcing Bao this, Bao that, but they all like cover up her face and stuff. Like, it's like, you know, to be kind to the person, we're sharing this, but we don't want to like be the one to out them. Like, and now that Rev's showing it, I'm like, she's the one who posted it, you idiots. Like, you're not exposing anything. She posted it. Good Lord. I was saying, don't read the DM I sent you a bit ago and tell me what I was saying, what Rev is saying. Say right now, or you can. Let me see here. DMs. So it's been something that they've kind of been doing. Okay, well, it's, you know, it's kind of amazing to me that people can just say things so blatantly and so more or less publicly, and yet people will still like support them and give them money and stuff like that. Like, don't get me wrong, I've not gone out of my way to like hide anything from anyone or not say things that I do or don't believe, you know? It's just like, how could people know this and still be like, I gotta support her, you know? It's crazy. Bao. We're talking about Bao. Oh, if you've already covered this or not, but Rip Kyrie's voice actor. Oh, you know what? I actually just saw that on TikTok. I hate that I get all my information from TikTok. It's insane. But yeah, by the way, if y'all haven't heard, friggin' it's actually kind of crazy. She's only like 30 something. Like Hayden, I don't know how to pronounce her last name. Hayden Panettiere, 36. Obviously, she did a lot more, but I've known her as Kyrie my whole life. But yeah, I saw that today. That is crazy. News of the world. But yeah. Anyway, sorry. Yes, I did hear about that, and it made me feel bad. Kyrie. Yeah, damn. Friggin' not even halfway through this video, and I've already started to dislike Bao. And you know what's funny? Before this video, Bao was just like a silly thing I saw on TikTok every like other day. Because the people that were there, either they are not on the internet anymore, or basically are friends and cover each other, or we blocks from all third-party social medias time ago that mostly not worth it to go back to it unless they touch my balls the wrong way. Yeah.
Diabolical.
F&A.
But before we get into some of the replies,
and like maybe again, I'm not like a super fan of anyone. Like I would say the most fan I am of somebody right now is probably like Smuggalana, because I freaking love, you know, how she does stuff, or maybe even Powder nowadays, because, you know, I've been watching a lot of her videos. But like just the way they act, the way they do stuff and whatnot. But I feel like if Smuggalana or Powder were ever to like start doing other stuff, like leaving VTubing behind to do other things, like, granted, apparently Bao was very public about it at some point, but like, I don't know. I feel like I'm like, cool. You know, I like Smugglana starts doing IRL content, whatever. That's cool. I hope she's successful, but I don't know. I feel like I would, you know, that's not Smugglana to me. That's not Powder to me, you know? Like, maybe I'm weird. I feel like that's a bad transition.
she's entitled to do this, right? A content creator can do whatever they want.
True.
Right? You can make a right turn with your content however you see fit. Personally speaking, I have made some very big changes over the years to my content. I used to be a meme channel, and then I turned to commentary, nuking my entire channel and the entire library many years ago to shift into commentary because that's what I wanted to do. But you're allowed to do that, but also people are allowed to be upset about it. And yeah, people are not really feeling this sort of stuff from Bao. You can see this is just the first replies that show up. Me
Discord as well. That's why I did not post anything back in the day, because I'm not sure how legal it is. That's fair. And you know what's going to be interesting is, like, especially with Rev doing a video about this, it'll be interesting to see what like her inner circles say about it, if anything, because, you know, they probably think Rev is a chud incel, you know, whatever. So they probably won't care much. But it'll be interesting to see what like her inner circles or Shy Lily or all them say about it, if they're even surprised. Ooh.
looking for the VTuber that this account is supposed to be. Sell your model at this point. You don't deserve to be considered a VTuber anymore. Me looking for the VTuber activity.
That's an interesting concept. Sell your model? How? Okay, let's say Bao sells her model. What if I buy Bao's model? Like, how would that even work? Like, hey guys, welcome to the Honest Doodle channel, and I'm freaking wearing Bao. Like, how would that... That sentence hurt my brain when I said it out loud. It made sense in my head, but then I said it, and I was like, that is not, you know, but still, like, how would that even... Sell your mom. That is weird. That's a weird concept.
Bow, please make a separate account for this IRL stuff. Call it Bow the Human.
See, that's exactly what I said. Literally what I said. Bow IRL or Bow the Human. Like, keep them separated.
With a handle Bow IRL or something. Stay in character. Imagine getting looks mogged by your biggest op, which of course we're getting into subjective stuff. And a lot of people are obviously being very aggressive in their replies. You know, I'm Weenie Hut Jr. I guess I'm soft. I don't think you have to really get into the personal insults. I think you can focus on the actual work.
That'd be the day you sent me to the hospital from a heart attack. Yeah, just going live and suddenly it's just a bow model. Hey, what's up, guys? Ah, I never left. I never left.
Words she has said, and also you can raise very validly.
Imagine getting looks mogged by your biggest op, both IRL and a VTuber. Okay, going from context, I'm assuming looks mogged is saying that Cinder looks better than Bao? I'm assuming? I don't know.
The criticism that she is, at this point, still labeling herself as a VTuber, when in reality, for months, she's done nothing close to VTuber-related activities. In fact, this post went viral. It's a screen recording of her account, her media tab, where it's nothing but IRL content.
Well, except for that one thing you just scrolled past. But yeah,
90+% is IRL content, and it seems like that is the focus she is going for. But I guess she listened to the backlash, where she then would...
I was just jealous of Cinder because she was so open with NSFW shit and she couldn't. I was just curious, so I looked up images and there's plenty of better pictures for context. I mean, like, I don't even, I can't even relate. I don't even know.
Drop the VTuber label from her profile. It's still in her tag on Twitter, her actual
Well, it's because you can't really change the tag. I think you have to pay for that.
But I think changing that is a little more complicated because it would mess up your links on social media and other platforms.
Links and all that. Yeah,
she did listen. She heard something, and she dropped the tag. So it seems like that is the route she is going. She wants to go after this IRL content. And at the end of the day, whether you're in the camp 1, 2, or 3 with the whole VTuber and IRL conversation, I think she is kind of the case study of someone who got a huge amount of notoriety posting VTuber-related content, and slowly over the past year or two has primarily posted real-life content and now is completely shifted away. And if fans are upset about that, I think that's...
Give me 1 second, everybody. I don't normally pay too much attention to the chatters, the watching now, but I see a weird name and I want to make sure it's nothing bad. Oh, okay. Okay. I was a little concerned there for a second because I have never seen that name in the chatter section. And I was a little concerned, but apparently it's connected to the Twitch integrated throwing thing. And that was... so there's a bot for the Twitch integrated throwing program that I've literally never seen before in the chatter thing. But so yeah. I was a little concerned because it's literally called the artist name bot. It's like Rima Suri bot. So I was I thought you found us, man. Genuine panic. The bow already is... Ah! How dare you? How dare you? All right, sorry. Let me get my stuff back up here. That was a little crazy there for a second. Sorry, Rev, do your thing.
Really valid, right? Again, it's her choice. She is allowed to do this, but people are allowed to not like it and to call her a hypocrite for still calling herself a VTuber, but now she has dropped the label entirely. Now, of course, there's also another narrative, and I want to talk about this, where some people on Twitter are calling her a schmo. Okay, I can't say certain words on YouTube. Schmo. And people are like, how dare you? That's so awful. Just being blunt, okay, she has been selling adult content for a very long time. Okay, like it's been over a year or two at this point. In fact, she has a second account called
assuming they're
Hojo-sama, where she's selling explicit, not safe for work content. So I think that whole narrative of white knighting her as some like pure innocent person is ridiculous, right? Like she even calls herself these sorts of terms. But I also think there's a greater conversation about how she's the focus of this debate when there's other very well respected VTubers who also post a ton of IRL content but don't get the same attention. I think that's the result of Bao being such a lightning rod right now, where she is very negatively perceived by many VTuber fans. If you're not a fan of Bao, you probably don't have the best view of her right now as a VTuber fan. But I want to transition over to a clip that's gotten a lot of attention. It's from the VTuber Midas, and they talked about this whole VTuber versus IRL debate, and I think they raised some really good points in this clip. And to be very clear here, they're not directly naming anyone, not Bao or anyone, but talking generally about their experience and how people have the right to be a little bit upset that their favorite VTuber completely departed away from...
Sorry, I love this. Follow does not equal endorsement. It's to spy. That's kind of funny. I actually like that.
VTuber related activities and is posting nothing but real life content.
So what I mean by that is that there were a lot of VTubers this year, medium, small, large, that were almost bragging about how little actual VTubing they do and how excited they are to start doing more flesh tubing on their VTubing stuff. And that really pissed me off. Like I'm no Puritan, but something about this off-kai forced me to really re-examine what it means to be a content creator in this space. And I think I've developed more sense of puritanicalism. As well, I did my best, but I have a story I think I want to tell you guys that kind of broke my heart a little bit. I mean, I've talked it over with the affiliated parties, but it's another reason why I was invited to PTW. I don't think being upset at seeing their VTubers in the flesh is something you should worry about. People deserve to be able to live their lives. That isn't what this is about. This is about people talk. What I'm upset about isn't that people want to live their lives and that people want to make content. It's the erosion of this very specific kind of type of content creation. You can flesh tube and you can do a damn good job of it and have an audience that's there for it and excited.
Of another Dino suit cameo.
But once you do that one too many times, you do genuinely muddy the definition of what it is to VTube. To VTube is to have the character, right? Yeah. And too much obfuscation of that, I personally don't like that. I think that it also is a little insulting to your audience. Even the ones that really like the flesh tubing content. They came for one thing, and if you're subverting expectation too often, not even as a one-off gimmick, but just you shouldn't really be shocked when people get upset.
Yeah.
Right? If you're not giving people what they came for and they get upset by it, it is stupid to play dumb and act shocked that people are confused. Right? And that's very different from, people should do whatever they want. If you're going to call yourself a VTuber...
I agree with this.
That's fine. But if you don't behave like a VTuber, audiences are going to notice and they're going to call you out on it.
So I think she raised
Yeah, I fully agree. Like kind of what she said at the beginning is like I don't even I don't think like she started developing purist whatever. I think it's just the idea that uh, if you're like she said, if you're being sold something but you receive something else, you're gonna be mad. You know. The fucking thing about this is not that she decided to go flesh now. It's the fact that she treats and endorses treating VTubers as a mere stepping stool. Like, if people that genuinely want to be VTubers are just in that middle weird stage of Pokemon evolution that no one likes, and they are worse than the rest. It's virtual. That's the point of the V. Don't trust people with TikTok speak. And I'm not gonna say what behavior looks like to me because your automod will time me out. I don't know. I have pretty lax auto mod. I think the only thing it really goes for is like links and stuff. But like I agree. Like as somebody who's not like in the VTuber circles and like I don't consider myself like a 100% VTuber, even though by all intents and purposes online I am a VTuber. It's like my expectation going into this is like I'm never going to show myself. I'm never going to I am going to when I am online, I am honest doodle. I am not going to be very different than my normal life. Like I'm probably a little bit more animated. I'm a little bit more vocal about certain things than I really would be. But for all intents and purposes, my VTuber me is me, That was my point going into this. I didn't want to make a character. I didn't want to make a demigod of the underworld that got bored and came to the real world, and I brought along my little goop friend whose name is Squibble that shows up sometimes. And like I just wanted to be me with a goofy little model and whatnot. But like it's just to me like if I'm trying to liken this into something like I keep going back to like Smug a lot, because like she's kind of the one I watch a lot right now. It's like if Smugalana started, saying, "Hey guys, I'm gonna start doing a lot of VTuber content over the next year. I'm gonna be doing this with like VTube stuff, and like I'm gonna do this with my model and this and this." And then over the next year, all we get is IRL content. I feel like, and that's probably a bad way to say it because I'm sure Bao wasn't like, I'm gonna be doing a lot of this. I'm sure it's just been like more and more IRL stuff, and people are like, "So when are we gonna get a new model? When are we gonna get to do this? When are we gonna do that?" It's like she says, if you have VTuber in your name, in your whatever, there's an expectation of VTube, virtual tuber, And so people are getting mad about it, and like, there's just the incels, the chuds, they don't care about the real me. They don't care about me going a flesh tube or whatever. It's like, well, yeah, we're here for the freaking VTube. That's the point. Duh. I'm gonna say what behavior looks like. Peanut tuber in that case is one VTuber in denial. Yeah, I mean, in all intents and purposes, the Peanut Dude is a VTuber. I mean, he won Best VTuber of the Year award, but that's a whole other thing that I don't even want to get into. There's a reason why I hate that guy. That guy's kind of ass. Personally, I think. But she is like, if that smallish Australian artist got rejected, became a VTuber and a bitch. I don't know if you're alluding to somebody. I don't know. I'm sorry. Making me think of a certain World War II leader, perhaps Doom. Perhaps. All right, sorry.
There's some really good points in that clip. I think the whole VTuber and IRL.
Also, I might have to look into it, but this model, I think that might be the same artist as Doki Bird.
Debate is a very sloppy one where people.
Austrian as Austrian. Oh, you know what? You shut up.
People are pretty much entrenched in their own beliefs. They have a viewpoint.
I can read.
One of those three camps I mentioned earlier, and they're probably not going to change. But She is absolutely right. People have the right to post whatever they want as a VTuber, but fans have the right to have an issue with it when you're still labeling yourself as a VTuber while posting primarily IRL content. It seems to upset the spirits of what VTubing is supposed to be all about. On top of that, she mentions Offkai, which is probably a great or the greatest example of what's going on here, where there's not only an intense focus on adult content in the scene, but also...
Oh, it reminds me. Apparently, I had a comment on, I think it was Instagram, like one of the few comments I ever get. Apparently, I shouldn't say girly pop anymore, because I don't know. I've always, you guys have probably heard it every now and again, but in games sometimes, like if there's just a girl you run into or girl quest giver or whatever, I just say, "Hey, what up, girly pop?" Apparently, I should stop saying that because that was like part of the whole, I guess, Demi situation. Like, I guess she was part of a group called Girly Pops or something. So I guess that's a thing, and I didn't know about that, and I still haven't looked into it because I mostly just don't care. It's just one of those things in my vocabulary. But I don't know. Yeah, that was just a comment I got one time. I was like, huh, okay. Well,
there is this very weird, almost manipulation tactic going on with some VTubers where they seem to get off to the fact that they're essentially luring in people with VTuber models and they're getting them to become fans, and then all they do after that point is post real life photos and videos. In fact, with Offkai, not only do we have the 18 plus booth at a 13 plus convention, that's a whole nother conversation, but also most of them were just posting themselves. They weren't even using their VTuber models to do that booth and that set of content. It was just IRL posting, which if you're...
I have a comment about that. Sorry, I want to get through this video, but that whole thing, I saw that with the whole, at a convention, it's a 13 plus convention, and we don't have anything 18 plus, but you're handing out cards with links to like your Fansly or your whatever, they're not 13 plus content. And it's like, what's one thing that has always absolutely bothered me, and like I can do nothing about it, and there's in my lifetime it's probably never going to change, but I honestly believe like the people, or I'm going to say people, mostly girls, whatever, on platforms like TikTok and Instagram and other photo sharing places that are anywhere that are rated as 13, hell, even 17 plus. The amount of times that I have just been scrolling through them, looking at pictures, looking at reels, whatever you want to call it, that I will just come across a woman who is very well endowed, wearing a micro bikini or less sometimes, and it's like a half a second flash on the screen, and then it shows them being all like cutesy wootsy and like, oh, look at me, what was that? Oh, you did pause it in time? Or even the ones that are just like, look, I'm doing a cosplay, and then the cosplay is a wig that looks like the character, but then everything else is like barely covered. Like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, I'm a man. I do enjoy, stuff like that. Like, duh. But like, I am on a platform where kids are seeing this. Like, how can you get through your mind going, I'm going to post this on TikTok and I'm going to get millions of views, and not thinking about, you know, it pisses me off so much that they're just okay doing that. Do not say worse things that make you change the way you communicate freely. We have a fundamental problem. Let's solve the Second Amendment. Oh, no, I'm still going to say stuff. I don't care what people say. I really don't. I just thought it was funny. They're like, you shouldn't say girly pop. That was like a group that failed and like was this and that. I'm like, okay, whatever. I don't care. Who cares about the term the online people say? You can say it. So it's like how you say you can't say retard. Yeah, pretty much. Pasties, how do you know this? The pasties too. Pasties even less. Like there's some I've seen where they're just not wearing anything. It's like a half a second flash, and it's like, oh, you know, look, I'm cutely cosplaying as the Belle from Zenless Zone Zero. Tee-hee, you know. I don't really use. I wasn't even talking about Twitter. Twitter. I just assume that's there, but Twitter's kind of, yeah. Here for you, man. I wish I could be as strong as you. Not gonna lie, my innocence remains intact. So you have seen it. I didn't say I didn't, but I'm confused. You guys probably talk to each other. But it's just I don't know. I feel like there should be more of a crackdown on people that use platforms that are very, very much accessible by kids for promoting 18 plus content. I feel like there should be a huge crackdown on that, because you want to talk about having an epidemic of people addicted to this stuff. Look at TikTok, look at Instagram. Hell, I would even say look at Facebook, but I haven't been on Facebook in like 10 years. Like, there's an option. That you're right. There is an option. And guess what I have turned off? I don't want to see that stuff on TikTok, on Instagram. But they know this. So that one, like half a second flash of them wearing barely anything, if anything at all, doesn't count when they post it. Or it counts for like maybe a day later when they catch it. But by that time, hundreds of thousands of people have already seen it. Top down, and the top doesn't like to hold any accountability or responsibility. No, yeah, I mean, look at friggin' Dan Clancy on Twitch. We're gonna crack down on all the NSFW stuff, but we're also gonna just make sure that the hot tub streams are like the best thing anyone could ever watch of all time. Yeah, let's go. Yeah. So anyway, let's finish the video. Sorry, random side tangent.
A even slightly purist VTuber fan, something feels a bit weird about that.
And again, I want to point out, I'm not being a prude. Like, I love boobies as much as the next person. I just wish I saw them on places where they're supposed to be.
That you go to a VTuber convention and there's a heavy focus on 18 plus content, and that 18 plus content has nothing to do with VTubing. These people label themselves as VTubers, but they don't do anything related to VTubing. And I think this is a great clip. You can watch the full thing if you want for yourself, but I get what she's saying. It feels a bit deceptive to call yourself a VTuber and post nothing but real life content while holding on to that masquerade that you're a VTuber. It's very strange, and I think predatory in many senses. But going back to Bao, she wasn't mentioned directly by that previous VTuber, but it seems like that conversation is very applicable to what she's doing. A lot of people think that she essentially used VTubing to build a very large audience to then transition that over into what she actually wanted, which was not only more not safe for work content, but also real life content among the sort of normie scene in the Twitch or whatever streaming scene. And, well, I don't think she really has the goodwill among VTuber fans to let that slide. Again, I think she's the lightning rod for this conversation, and she's going to be the focus. And unfortunately, she only has herself to blame for that, because she's been in too many controversies in the last year and a half to really slide by with this stuff. But yeah, this is a very controversial topic, and I am not the arbiter of truth on it. Okay? So I am very interested to hear what you guys have to say about this in the comment section. Please let me know what you think, because this is a very subjective and messy debate. But what do you think about it? Please let me know. But for now, that's going to do it for this video. If you enjoyed, please consider liking the video, consider subscribing, and turning on notifications for daily uploads, as well as multiple streams every week live here on YouTube. But overall, hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
Yeah, that's a good video. Very informative. It's so odd. That's the Maxor one. We got videos lined up for today. I'll react to the Maxor one. Heck, today's probably just going to be react because the last video is like an hour and a half long. So we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, Maxor one will probably be like tomorrow or something. But I feel like going into the VTubing scene with every intention to go, like, I guess they call it flesh tubing. That's such a weird thing. Like, and especially with an audience that you hate. Like, it's so funny. Like, it's just crazy to me that in all intents and purposes, she hates her own audience. But they're giving her money. You know, flesh tubing sounds naughty. It really does. I don't know. It's just, the more I learn about these bigger VTubers, the more it makes me wonder if, like, you know, like, I want to try and become a big tuber. I do. Don't get me wrong. I think it would be cool. I don't know if I can handle it. I'm not a very good community person. But, like, if I do become big, I want to try and be the one VTuber that you just, I don't have any secrets. I don't, you know, like, maybe I should get some secrets. Maybe I should, like, DM one of you guys and be like, all right, I actually, when I reach 500 viewers, I'm gonna change my hoodie to green. And I will say that I was always the green hoodie honest doodle. It's what's gonna happen. Like, I don't have the capacity to be just a big old poop head, you know? Yes, it is. That's what I said earlier. That's literally what it is. Okay. One more thing on VTubing, another Rev video. Gotta give it a like here. Let me share it actually. Make sure we get the share going on here. Boop. Why? Fine. Boom. That is the video we watched. Make sure to go give it a like, give it a watch, give it the views it deserves, you know. Damn, it's funny because, like, this just goes to show that, like, if you know somebody from, like, specifically like shorts and TikToks and stuff, that, like, it's funny to me, Bao was just a goofy, you know, 5-second clip every now and again. But the more I learn about, like, Bao and them, it's just like, you know, I don't. All right, next video. I'm going to try and get through this one a little bit faster. I'm going to try and not pause as often because, you know, we got a long last video. Might have to finish the last video even going into tomorrow. All right, Twitter freaks hint at violence and nuclear crash out over Hogwarts Legacy 2 development. I mean, we all kind of saw this coming, let's be honest. They already tried to crash out over Hogwarts Legacy, the first one, but let's see what they're crashing out about this time.
Hey, what's up, guys? Riff here.
Hi, Rev.
Welcome to Hogwarts Legacy Harass.
Just kidding. We're going to let the ads do their thing, and then we'll watch this one. I'm going to eat a Cheez-It. Ah, nom, 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 nom. Also, Joker, I don't know if you wanted me to like read those on stream or not. I didn't think so because you sent them in DMs, but yeah, I friggin' crazy, dude. Ad that had Emiru in it. You'll have to remind me who Emiru is when you get back. What? Oh, I was just saying I read that stuff. I know you know I read it, but I just didn't know if you wanted me to read it on stream, so that's why I was quiet when I was reading it. So I was saying sorry if you wanted me to read it out loud. I'll just try for the crunches. I have some Cheez-Its. I figured during the ad, I will crunch on some Cheez-Its. It's got a DM from someone on X. Oh no, am I being infiltrated? Were you caught? I'm sorry. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I feel bad. Actually, you know what? I know the ad's about over, but I'm going to do a quick BRB. Actually, need to use the restroom. All right. I'm back. Hello. I don't know, man. Maybe. Well, if I don't hear from you again, I'm assuming that they found you through me and it's all my fault. And I'm sorry. I will listen to your music every day in memory of Joker. All right. Let's see what how we're freaking out over Hogwarts Legacy. Let's go.
Harassment Campaign Part 2 Electric Boogaloo. As you can see, it has been confirmed by Warner Bros. That Hogwarts Legacy 2 is in active development, and the most unhinged and miserable people on social media are having a very bad day. The type of people you would label as a Twitter freak, thanks to the discourse from the previous harassment campaign. And it appears that they learned nothing from that backfired boycott they started, and are once again whining about this game, giving it free promotion, and also telling people they're bad if they consider buying this game, and even starting to threaten people and claim that this game, buying this game, directly will end people's lives. Absolutely insane. Now, of course, if you weren't around in 2023, you weren't there for the Hogwarts Legacy boycott, which turned into a massive harassment campaign where people believed if you purchase this game, you're funding J.K. Rowling, which was then funding the offing of trans people and other minorities. And in response, the people participating in this boycott were harassing people, doxing people, threatening people, even going as far as making websites to better
Oh,
track Twitch
yeah.
streamers
I
streaming
forgot
this game
about
so they
that.
could perform hate raids more accessibly. Now, I covered all
You know, it's kind of funny is I remember about that website and I started streaming it about that time just because I was curious. And every day I streamed it, I went to that site to see if my name would be on there. But I'm just too tiny of a tuber. I'm too small for them to care.
this in countless videos. It's probably the most covered subject on this channel. I have hours and hours of content talking about it. But here's kind of my snapshot video. If you want to watch the full context, here's the video. But I focus primarily on the reaction in the VTubing scene, primarily with these three VTubers right here. We got a very interesting case study in how this all went down. When it came to Pippa, she simply streamed the game to make people on Twitter very angry, and guess what? They were very angry. As you can see, there was thousands of quotes of people trying to go after her. But things were a lot more serious with Silvervale, where she revealed that she and her family were doxxed and threatened simply for playing the wizard game. And of course, we got the legendary quote where, in response to all that hate, she said she's not going to be bullied by a bunch of Twitter freaks who have nothing better to do with their lives. And then,
you know, it's funny as I remember, because I was a bigger fan of Silvervale back then. Like, it's nothing against her or anything. I don't know anything about her, but I just started watching other people more. But I remember back when that was happening, they were telling her that she needs to change her colors that she uses for her model. She doesn't deserve to use the colors that she uses because they're like the colors of one of the LGBTQ PDs, and like she can't use those colors. It is a shame that she even tried to convince people that she was an ally because of those colors, and she's just like, no, there's like these are my what?
we had a much sadder story involving Pikami, who was threatened and harassed for even considering streaming this game, and eventually she would cancel her related stream, and just a month later would graduate from this related account. And many people believe this whole harassment campaign sped up her graduation from that account. But ultimately, the boycott backfired to unbelievable levels, with Hogwarts Legacy beating out
A screenshot and delete. Okay, well, let me pull this up real fast. Why is it saying? There we go. Okay. Unless you already sent it and I missed it. That'd be my luck. Using a phone. Oh, okay. I was sitting here thinking like maybe the delay was so long that I missed it. I'm like, okay. I wait. Freaking phones. Taking a billion years. Huh. That's okay. What a coinkadink. You got me a little scared. I'm wow. All right, well, back to the video. Gotta make sure I'm not being doxxed right now.
Modern Warfare 3 to be the best-selling game of 2023, which in no way would have been possible without the free promotion from the boycott, where people were literally buying the game out of spite to make the Twitter freaks angry. So it comes as no surprise when Hogwarts Legacy 2 and its development is confirmed in posts like this. People absolutely are losing
there's
their
a part
minds.
of me that
not only coping like
wants
this,
Italian
saying,
2 respond
no,
to
it's
see
not
what's
the
going
first
on,
one,
but, like,
flopped hard. No one liked it. Yeah, tell
I
that
don't
to
know.
the 40
That's
million
your
copies
decision.
that have been sold of Hogwarts Legacy. Yeah, remember when games like Assassin's Creed Shadows were considered triumphs and successful by the modern audience because they had 3 million players, not even units sold, players? Yeah, 40 million copies is actually insane. You can see more replies like this saying, so many people bought the first game, played it for maybe a month, and never touched it again. I know people are dumb, but I don't think this will work twice. Wow, it turns out people don't play a single-player game much longer than a month. I hope that information helps, but the copium is insane. But let's get to the virtue signaling, okay? Quotes like this saying,
one
if you
hell
give
of a
money for this,
coinkadink,
you're a
though,
bad
that you
person.
get that today.
Another reply saying, buying this makes you a waste of human being, by the way. There is no but that will make it right. Here's another one saying, I hate myself, but I'm sure that I'm better, a better person than every soul who buys Hogwarts Legacy 1 and 2. This is how skewed their moral.
You know what? I think I'm a better person than anyone who's ever bought Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball. I mean, I bought it too, but I just definitely feel like I'm a better person.
and worldview really are. They think someone's character is determined whether or not they play a video game. And if you abstain from playing problematic game, that makes you a better person. Like, this is so terminally online, I can't even begin to tell you. But of course, you can see what they're referring to. In the proposed community notes, they're trying so hard to note the announcement saying, profits from the Harry Potter franchise continue to be used by J.K. Rowling to fund anti-trans
paranoid. I'm
organizations,
paranoid.
lobbying,
kidding
and
me?
legislation, with the UK being ranked
How
alongside
else would-
Russia and other notably anti-LGBT countries with travel advisories for those visiting the UK. These people live in an episode of The Handmaid's Tale. That's what they really think is reality. But that sort of sentiment is reflected in the rest of these quotes saying, F your nostalgia. If you buy this game, you don't care about trans people. This person saying, no video game is worth the price of trans people's basic human rights. I'm sorry, what basic human rights do you not have? And what basic human rights are being taken away if someone buys?
Yeah, like, what does this even mean? So if I right now, well, when it's available, go buy Hogwarts Legacy 2, who is losing their human rights? Because, like, damn, that's an insane.
Hogwarts Legacy. They never tell you.
But
then again, you just look at the accounts
Aren't I
promoting this
beautiful?
stuff, and it's just like, okay. Anyways, here's another quote saying, just this once again. All the funds from the game goes to a complete hag whose money goes directly into oppressing an already oppressed minority. F Harry Potter and trans rights are human rights. They kind of fumbled this sentence. It doesn't really look the way they probably intended, but anyways. Here's another quote saying,
wait, what? Fuck Harry Potter and trans rights are human rights. Yeah, they needed fuck Harry Potter and trans rights are human rights. Yeah, little grammar edit there, good sir and or madam, or I guess you're a dog, wolf, it thing. Yeah.
Since it doesn't really look the way they probably intended, but anyways. Here's another quote saying the discourse this will bring back will be generational. Reminder, the money she makes off this IP is directly used to harm people. So y'all remember that.
The money she makes off of this is probably going to go towards a like a box of tea. Like, I'm pretty sure she, like, granted, she probably does make a decent amount of money, but I think she's only making, like, royalties at this point. She doesn't, like, own as much of Harry Potter as she used to. It's not that much.
No, I don't think you guys remember anything. Because the last time you did this, it blew up in your face, and the game that you think is literally offing people sold more copies as a result. These sorts of quotes
Yeah, same
and all
thing's
this
happening with
complaining
that swords
is
and
free
slippers.
promotion. So if you actually
Free
believe
promotion.
this narrative you are trying to sell, you are harming your own objective by constantly talking about this game and giving it free promotion. But here's another quote saying, I can already sense the separate art from the artist people. That's a concept that only works when the problematic author is dead, by the way. Don't buy this. It'll be filth used to off people I cherish.
Like, sometimes I wish I could understand the massive not disparity, this, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't even know the words I'm trying to find. Like, I don't even know if they exist, but I just, like, how can you be so far down a path that you're like, if you do this menial thing that probably doesn't affect anybody, it will end the lives of hundreds of thousands of people? Like, no, I'm buying a diet soda, sir. Huh? The only people that kill trans people are dictators that they worship, and the trans people themselves. Ugh.
Who has been offed as a result of
Exactly.
someone buying Hogwarts Legacy? Again, I'll wait. There's no answer, but these people are making very bold claims, including this. Y'all are going to keep giving this woman money while she
Torah enjoyer.
literally, guys, she literally is offing them. Like, J.K. Rowling is running around on the streets going after trans people. So when you buy Hogwarts Legacy, you think about that, okay? But here's another deranged quote saying, all that'll play/stream this on release is to boycott with no exception. She contributes to the offing of insane numbers of trans people by spreading hatred and funding anti-trans policies with your money. Yeah, she is offing an insane number.
Okay, counterpoint. What if it's released on Game Pass and I don't pay for it? Is it okay then? I didn't pay for nothing.
What number? What's the number looking like? I'd be very curious, but here's another one saying, didn't get the first game, don't plan on getting the second one, not giving J.K. Rowling a single cent. And as long as you guys keep talking about her, J.K. Rowling is going to continue to roll in money. You've tried to bully her out of her beliefs. It hasn't worked. In fact, I think you have made her much more firm in her beliefs. These people are so impulsive, they can't help themselves. They have to talk about Hogwarts Legacy. They have to virtue signal about it on Twitter because they need the attention and validation more than they want to actually follow through on their own virtue signaling. And also, small point here, all of these people complaining about Hogwarts Legacy and J.K. Rowling, they're doing so on Twitter. Because all of them believe that Elon Musk is doing the same exact thing as J.K. Rowling, but they make an exception for themselves because they have to use Twitter. They have no choice. They literally have to use Twitter.
Yeah.
It's pathetic. But here's some more quotes, now really starting to police people, saying, if anyone I know plays this, or even the first one, you are dead to me, as you would be actively funding a woman who...
You are dead to me. okay person I've never seen until today and will probably never meet in my lifetime, let me tell you how much that affects me while I play Hogwarts Legacy.
Wants people like me gone. That's insane. Like, you're gonna actually cut off relationships because they played Hogwarts Legacy? I hope everyone watching this video never has a friend like this who will literally drop you for playing
Your
a video
stream is
game.
over.
Miserable people.
Mine's still
Here's another
going.
one saying, if I
Hope you had a
catch
good stream.
anyone playing this, it's blocked on sites. New block list is in active development. If you support or play this game, HP or JKR, you are not welcome here or on any of my other pages, streams, or platforms.
I mean, I do own Hogwarts
This person
Legacy.
has 14 followers.
Maybe I should stream
Like, I don't
it.
think anyone's
That'll
there
be my next
to begin
stream
with.
game.
And now
I do
you're
have to
trying to,
finish
like,
it.
police who
I'll
can
be
go to your
wooing.
platforms. Like, peak delusion. Here's another one saying, I can't
Slimed
effing
and
do this
Valcom.
again, bro. Trans lives over
Dang.
cis tiers.
Sounds like me
Don't
playing
support this
Overwatch.
stuff. Trans lives over my comfortable franchise. Yeah, these people are actually devastated. Like, they can't effing do this again. Like, this is literally the worst day of their lives. Figuring out
Banning
that
from
there's
your
going to be
stream, not
a
because of this
Hogwarts
bullshit, but
Legacy
because
2.
Harry Potter is shit.
Here's another quote
You
saying,
know what? I would
J.K.
accept that
Rowling
over
is
all
a
this
B-word, by
bullshit.
the way. I don't know why her stuff is
Like,
still
I grew
being
up on Harry Potter,
popularized.
and I
She
enjoy it
genuinely is a
nostalgically,
horrible
but,
person
you
and
know.
deserves nothing but suffering. Well, that's not very nice to say. Hoping someone suffers because they have different beliefs than you, that's not very progressive. Here's another one saying, turf wizards need to die already. A not so...
Turf wizards? The hell's a turf wizard? Like, do they shoot fake grass out of their wands? Avada could football field. What the fuck is a turf wizard? Alright, I'm getting into acronyms I don't know. Hold on. What does TERF mean? Stands for Trans Exclusionary Radical Feminist. You know what? I shouldn't have Googled that. I felt like I just lost brain cells. I'm just never gonna Google like terms I don't know anymore. I'm too old to learn new terms. Okay. You know, like before I have to see again. 5 and up, I don't care about. Just as feminist describes who identifies feminist but believes that the rights of transgender people, especially trans women, should not be included in feminist advocacy.
thinly veiled
I'm too much of a stupid white boy to understand any of that. I just go watch video.
threats, but those continue. Harry Potter is bland, made by a complete piece of crap, actively ruins the lives of many people who are already ostracized in their own community, and it fails to surprise me that Warner Bros. Is making it F Harry Potter, and I hope all Harry Potter fans choke. So this person hopes that all Harry Potter fans meet their demise.
Oh no.
That's totally sane. Here's a reply saying, still liking Harry Potter as a sane grown adult is effing crazy.
How much you want to bet this person also thinks that Henry Cavill is hot and that they love that he still loves things like Warhammer and The Witcher and stuff. And yet they'll say something like this. How much you want to bet?
Which is kind of like, that doesn't make any sense. Is a sane adult crazy? But anyways, people like this now coping to levels we've never seen. They're trying to shame you out of playing
And not even play
anything to do with the Harry Potter IP. And I guess you could apply the same thing to the sort of anime you watch. Like,
you know what? He literally just said anime you watch. He's probably going to go there. But this is one reason I don't do communities. I'm not part of fandoms. I'm not part of communities for animes and stuff. I don't do that. And this is one main reason, because it's like, I love My Hero. I love other animes. I love other cartoons. I love all sorts of things. But I will not become part of a fandom, of a community for that stuff, because The few times I have, it has been a garbage dumpster fire of just the most vile human beings I have ever met in my life. And it's every time I see stuff like this, I'm just like, oh, hey, that's Degu. I loved this scene. It's so cool. And then I remember what we're talking about, and I'm like, God damn it. God damn it. Me and Undertale, yeah. That was one of those ones. Like I used to love like going into like, sorry, little side tangent. I said I wasn't gonna do this, but friggin' when I played VR chat, I had a model that I used. I think it was a Frisk model. I freaking loved it because it was awesome. And I remember I went to an Undertale like world, and I want to let you know that my Undertale knowledge was Undertale, the game. I wasn't big into Deltarune. I know it exists, but I don't know much about it. So my Undertale stuff is just Undertale, the game. I went to the world, and I found out from who I assumed was probably like a 13-year-old, 14-year-old kid that there's like 7 different like Sans characters, and they're all like there's like the Sins, and like they were trying to like role play the Sans of like red Sans of like lust or whatever, and that was creepy. And there was like I remember I just heard these things. I'm like, oh, that's super cool. And I legitimately have not played VR chat since. That literally stopped me from playing VR chat or wanting to do anything with Undertale ever again. Like it was I just am a solo fan of these things. I am a fan base of one when I like something, because I just can't do communities anymore. I just don't vibe. You know? Not Deltarune, I'll just fan stuff. I can't do that stuff.
You're too old to be doing this. But at least their comment wasn't violent. No. Making thinly veiled threats at Elon Musk while using his platform. These people are diabolical, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, that is the situation with Hogwarts Legacy 2. Will you be
I
buying
am the
this game?
Shangri-La
And
Frontier
also in the
fandom. It's
comments,
me.
please make
Also
it
a
known
really
if
good
the boycott or the
I'm a few episodes behind on that one, but it's a good one. I actually like that one.
actions of these Twitter freaks helped decide your purchase. Like, did that have any influence on you? Did you buy it out of spite? Did you get exposed to the IP because of them and their supposed boycott? Let me know in the comments. But for now, that's going to do for this video. If you enjoyed,
I'm an
please
anime
consider giving the
watcher.
video a
I'm
like,
sorry.
Consider subscribing and turning on notifications for daily uploads, as well as multiple streams every week live here on YouTube. But overall, hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
Bye, Rev. Good video. Good video.
5150.
No.
What is this?
What's the problem?
Not the Roach Lord. We're not here for an hour. No. Hold on. I want to go back. I want to like the video.
Hey, what's up, guys? Riff here.
Hi, Rev.
Welcome to
Have a like. Make sure to share it. Cholvi. Boom. Make sure to go give the video a like. Give it a view like it deserves. It's a cool video. Heck yeah. All right, so we have 3 more videos. Goodness. Goodness. I think today's just going to be a react day, apparently. All right, so we have one by Chibi Reviews. I think I'm covering up Chibi, actually. Hold on. Meh. Nope, I'm good. He's off to the side a little bit. Apparently, people of the West are telling Japanese that Japanese culture and anime doesn't belong or something like that. And I saw that and was like, that sounds retarded. Let's watch that video. So let's see what that's all about. You know? I anime like 5 times. I don't watch anime. I remember that video. Trans person being crazy on a college campus. Yeah, I don't. Like, I'll watch Asmongold sometimes, but I don't know. I watch body cams on my own, but I don't know. Watching him watch body cams feels a little extra. Anyway, let's see what all this is about. I am full on covering. Hold on 1 second. I'm over here now. All right. Well, let's see what he has up on the thing here. Localizers should be fired and blacklisted from all creative related positions. No one wants this. Creative authenticity challenge. Unlike otaku culture, gyaru culture is not very well known outside of Japan. Solution: we found a parallel culture whose expression could convey Gen Z. That is a no. Wait. Noticing most people complaining about the localization don't speak more than one language somehow think individual employees have the final word on the product over multi-million-dollar companies. They're just not saying their price. Well, there's a lot behind that. But you know what's funny is because of this whole localizers, like I've always wanted to, but because of localizers, I have actually slowly been learning Japanese. And the more I learn, the more I realize people like this are wrong. But, you know, anywho, let's see. I've never watched a Chibi reviews video, so hopefully we're good, you know.
Comments real quick, and you will get an understanding of just why so many people are outright pissed with this initial post about Uma. It's honestly...
I don't know who Uma is.
It's bad. It's really, really bad. Now, let's get right into the meat and potatoes of this, okay? Nothing says
Uma
authenticity
Musume.
than
Okay.
coming into a culture and trying to forcibly change it to be completely different. For those that don't know, they are straight up now saying to the Japanese, and there's multiple examples of this, which I'm going to get into in this video, but this is a really good example here. They straight up told the Japanese, and when they're coming to translating it into different languages like English, that one of their main, presentation boards was saying the challenge was, unlike otaku culture, gyaru culture is not well known outside of Japan. And so they say the solution to fixing this problem for people outside of Japan is that we found a parallel culture whose expressions could convey Daitaku Helios's chaotic fun personality, Gen Z. So let me break this down.
You know, it's I don't know if anyone will know what I'm talking about, but it's like in My Hero when they tried to who was the character? The one that could like breathe hallucinations. The Kami, I think was her name. Like when they tried to like make her dialogue all like OMG, cray cray. Like I remember when they like they tried to make her something that I'm pretty sure that she originally was not. Like it was. This is
to make it as simplistic as possible. What these translators, or quote-unquote localizers, are actually doing is straight up saying your gyaru culture, your otaku culture within Japan is inferior, and so we need to make it dumbed down, change it entirely for the dumbasses overseas can actually understand, instead of them actively participating in the actual media and
But I mean, okay, he's kind of doing it, saying what he assumes, granted, but I feel like I didn't know what this was until like I had experienced it in like mangas in an anime, but it wasn't something that was like I have to go do research to fully understand this thing. I feel like any character I've ever come across that is this, it's been very self-explanatory. It's not something that's like scientific, so this is really stupid.
participating and because they actually love it and want to understand it. We need to dumb it down for everybody can be involved in it, make everybody feel very inclusive. That's what they're basically saying to the Japanese. This is the most outright disrespectful piece of shit that I think I have actually ever seen. What do you mean you're going to actually tell the Japanese that we think Gyaru culture is pretty much inferior to Gen Z culture? And so we're going to change everything about Gyaru culture, we're going to change everything about otaku culture, and make sure it's dumbed down and easy to understand for the brainlets within the West. Make it completely inclusive for everybody knows. And honestly, this legitimately pisses me off. Like, guys, I'm actually angry about this. And there is many examples about this situation. Like, I mean, a lot of people are commenting about this, but like, let's get into this one. Like, if you scroll down, actually not even scroll down, we go.
So hold on. You're going too fast there, good sir. English lecture slideshow is now available. CDs, EA, developer comes to Japan. Lecture on Musume, pre-derby English localization. Let's carry the English version.
We go to the quotes. You'll probably see a lot of people talking about the situation, like this one right here. Look at this. Creating authenticity. A character's speech in English needs to have as much charm and flavor as in Japanese. Solution. We research the character's culture and surroundings and make their voice authentic to real life. Now, here's the thing.
Why not listen to the Japanese version and just do your best to sound like that, but in English? Why not just do that? Then Gen Beta will be, I don't
The whole situation about this
the whole
is
generation
basically
thing is
saying
just
that they want to do this. This is what they changed by making it authentic to real life. So the top is the plain translation from Japanese to English. This right here is what they actually did. And you can instantly see what they mean by authentic real life conversation within English. It is an entirely different sentence. This is not even the same sentence. They're literally saying the fan service is unreal. Like, look, I'm a guy that likes fan service, but you don't just start adding things in because you want to. This, you know what this is? This is literally butchering and taking a hold of a vehicle and basically trying to commandeer to do what you want instead of the original operator. And to kind of explain here, they're taking an already pre-established series, trying to hijack it and turn it into their own fan fiction. It is legitimately annoying seeing stuff like this. Like, the fact that they have the audacity to straight up tell the Japanese...
I think this mostly applies to Uma Musume. Well, I mean, yeah, it's Uma Musume. That's the point. Find the platforms that an otaku character is likely to use. Shape the character's speech patterns with expressions that people on those platforms are actually using. How would you even say convincingly authentic speech? What?
And everybody else that's actually looking at this, that this is about creating authenticity, is legitimately insulting. They are legitimately insulting every single person that isn't a brainlet. That's what they are doing. Because what do you mean that you're changing sentences entirely like that? Like, I mean, like, this is actually insane. Like, look at this one. This is another good example. Plain translation. That's a great idea. Why not go even further and make it a pretty rainbow curry? The Side Games translation. Don't hate, let her cook. Why not go all in and make it a I just butchered that, forgive me. Amatsuda worthy rainbow curry. Forgive me. But basically, as you can see, they completely changed the sentences.
I don't understand why they're trying to throw this like lingo in there. Because I am pretty sure everyone I have ever heard use this kind of language is either a crazy online crazy person, or they're saying it ironically because they know it also sounds stupid. This isn't how people actually talk. This is literal, like they said, TikTok speak. This is like this isn't, this just, you are a translator. Translate it. Don't change it. You have the translation right here. Hello?
They did Zoomer Gen Z speech right at the beginning of it. It's like you can see their
Hey, let her
what
talk.
they're doing is they're dumbing down the actual accurate translations, creating an entirely new sentence that isn't the proper translation, just
Good
to add
Lord.
in new Gen Z speech.
Like
And
I said,
you
it's
know
the
what
whole
this does?
Kami thing
This
for My
dates-
Hero
this
Academia.
dates the dialogue.
The way
this
she
dates the
talked
series,
was
this
like I
dates
wanted to
everything.
just
And it
blank
is
her out.
legitimately
Just
annoying.
like, ugh.
I'm gonna tell you, I remember seeing this in like for instance, in ReZero's latest episode that came out this last week, and when I looked at the Crunchyroll translations, you literally have Natsuki Subaru say grifting. I'm not shitting you. He literally says grifting in the latest episode of ReZero. Now, obviously, it's a very small thing, but this is a very big example that a lot of these companies, not just this, for instance, are hijacking these translations, forcing in Gen Z speech, and dating the dialogue that doesn't need to be dated. Just properly translated. Accurate, plain translations. You're making an entirely new freaking...
Yeah, but the difference is like if it's that character and it's translated from that, it makes sense. But if you're going to translate it and then insert it, that's the problem. That's the thing that makes it stupid.
Sentence. That's what you're doing, and that's exactly what this is. So this overall is legitimately annoying, and I am very, very happy to see that Cygames is getting called out for this. Ignore that. But I'm very glad that they are getting called out for this, and this is apparently one of the localizers, which, go figure. This is one of the localizers. Like, go figure. Like, who would have guessed? Who would have guessed that this would be someone that is currently butchering the translations of something from Japan? Not me! Obvious sarcasm, by the way. But, like, dude...
Overweight or heavy Uma's weights are censored. Romantical language between Uma and trainers limited to almost nothing. Translations being poor. Christmas being censored. Oh yeah, I remember the whole Christmas thing. They say Happy Holidays, even though in the background and the actual translation they say Merry Christmas. I remember that.
I am legitimately sick of this. I am so sick of this, because this is the
or maybe I should make an Uma Musume account and play that on stream.
Gaming and everything.
That's what I'll do.
That was me, by the way, not you. That was my Discord. But it is literally everything that happens within Hollywood, that's happened within gaming, everything with entertainment itself.
I'm glad he said that was his Discord, not mine, because I was literally looking over to check it.
These parasites that have infiltrated and basically ruined everything, and now they are doing the exact same thing for Japanese content. Actually, no, correction, Asian content. Not even just Japanese, but stuff from Korea as well. They are going out of their way to absolutely butcher and use their ideology, their politics, and force their certain narratives within to different works, and the Japanese are getting the rug pulled out from underneath them because they have no idea. They don't fully understand what is going on and why it's bad, because they're getting all this information and PR and stuff from people that already are culturally, ideologically captured and have an intention to change Japanese culture, like literal parasites. It's insane, honestly. And you know what what makes me even more pissed about this entire situation? There is so many content creators, massive content creators, bigger than me, that will not talk about this. And you want to know why they won't talk about it? I'm going to tell you some hard truths, okay? I want to give you a moment to think about it. I want to take a sip of my coffee. I will give you a second to think about why they're not talking about this. Why there is massive content creators that are not talking about not just this situation, but with what Crunchyroll's been doing and everyone, okay? Take a few moments to think about it. Oh, yeah. Now that
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
If you want to know, it's because they are also a part of this group. Either they are on the payroll of these companies, they are getting paid or sponsored, and so obviously if they were to speak up about this, they would be blacklisted. Hell, I know I'm blacklisted probably from almost every single company because of my opinions, because they don't want to hear it. I know for a fact.
I mean, he is kind of true, because like, you think about it nowadays, a lot of voice acting you hear is all these bigger streamers, all these, you know, like, it's streaming is kind of the new, like, celebrity. Like, streaming, YouTube, all that fun stuff. Like, there's still celebrities, obviously, but it's kind of the new celebrity. So, like, a lot of voices and stuff, you know, they're not picking from, you know, VAs that we know and love. Like, they're like, oh, what if we had, you know, all these streamers or whatever, what if we have their voice in as an addition or like one main character, or you know? So he's not wrong. Like, they're not speaking up against it because they're probably in it.
I'm going to say it like it is. I don't care. I'm not going to take money from people that want to ruin my favorite form of entertainment. I'm just going to say it. But the point here is all these big content creators, they are in the pocket of these companies. They will refuse to talk about it. They won't say anything because they are getting money from them. Or they are afraid of talking about it because they don't want to get canceled. That is the truth. And a lot of these big creators have been injected into the community that are actually involved with these individuals that are actively ruining anime, manga, and gaming from the East, from Japan and
Cuff, Logan Paul, cuff.
Korea and stuff. So yeah, that's all I really got to say on this. It's just, this pisses me off, and I'm glad to see that there is a lot of backlash happening here, and it is like trending and stuff. People are really talking about this, but this is unacceptable, man. This is completely unacceptable. Like, I think that more people need to continue calling this out, and that's why I'm making a video. So you all have a fantastic day or night wherever you live.
Another one over here. Yeah, it's like, I mean, I've already kind of known about like the localizer stuff. And that already pisses me off, but it's just like it's just getting so crazy. It's like, it's amazing to me that we've let it slide for so long that it just almost feels like we can't do anything about it, you know? Anyway, here is the video. If you liked it, make sure to go give it a like, give it a watch, all that fun stuff. Yeah. All right, let's see here. It's just crazy. And I always think back to that friggin' those few episodes with Kami in it, and like just how horrid the way she talked was. Like, yes, she was always supposed to be, you know, excitable and eccentric and all that. Like, that was her character. But the way they made her English VA talk was just, I just wanted to throw up. I hated it. It was so bad. Like, part of me, like, I just, like, you know, hold on. I have to do this. I have to. I'm sorry. I'm gonna pull this up here. My Hero Academia, Amy. What was that? Okay, I found it.
Like, that was
Okay, yep. Okay. So, I want you to listen to this and tell me this sounds like how you would talk, let alone to who is essentially the biggest villain of the series, but just normally, you know, like, this is just like, listen to this.
oh, big yikes. Like, that was for realsies close. Hawks is a total riz cake. You can't unalive that snack. I'd enter my grave era. Hold up, fam. You sure that's all for one? Wendy get a face card.
That is not fake. That actually happened. I remember watching this episode. This is one of the bigger episodes, too, because they were facing all for one. Like, this guy right here, this is the big villain. Kami is one of the, you know, hero class kids, you know?
Hawks is a total riz cake. You
And
can't
so
unalive that
she's up there
snack.
helping and
I'd enter
fighting.
my grave era.
And
Hold
I
up,
just,
fam. You sure that's all for one? Wendy get a face card.
I just, like, this is what we're getting in translations, by the way. This is what localizing is going for. I don't understand her. Nobody does. Even with two sets of things, you can't understand her. Doesn't make any sense. It's all gone. Ugh. Anywho, let us watch the Warcraft video now. Now that we are sufficiently brain rotted and can't think straight. It's just, good lord. You know what? I'm gonna drink the last of my caffeine. Yeah. If you ever want to know why I hate the localizers more and more, that's why. Like, I knew about it before then, but it wasn't until that scene that I was like, good God. Ad break is starting soon. You know what? I'm going to let the ad break just go through. Just going to let it start, and I'm going to do a quick BRB. And then we'll start the Warcraft video. Meow. Okay. I have returned. Hello. Hello. Ugh. Meh. All right. All right. And bald again. You guys like taking away my hair? What did I do? Everyone's gotta play with their new button. Not allowed to have hair anymore. You know what's funny is I actually considered, because I was messing with all the toggles and the meshes, because I have the little hair loopy on the top. I was like, what if I just left the hair loopy? Just the one little hair. The ahoge, as it's called. I thought that would be funny. Anywho, the end of Warcraft 2 months ago. That's funny. It recommended it to me today. All right, let us see what the end of Warcraft has. Platinum WoW, go!
13 years ago, one of the most brutal events in Warcraft took place. During the peak of the faction conflict between the Horde and the Alliance in Mist of Pandaria, Garrosh Hellscream made sure to sow hatred between the two factions in the neutral city of Dalaran. Tensions were already high between the sub-factions in the city. The Silver Covenant and the Sun Reavers represented the Alliance and the Horde, but High Elves and Blood Elves weren't always opposed to each other. Because before the Burning Crusade, the High Elves left the Elven city of Quotha because their prince, who was a bad guy, was teaching the citizens how to suck.
That's interesting. I wonder if he actually built like a little green screen spot in his house for this. That's amazing.
Magic from living things to satiate their addiction. But if they didn't satiate their addiction, they wouldn't die. They were just addicts, and the High Elves thought that was messed up, so they left. But physically, there's no difference between Blood Elves and High Elves other than their eyes, and also they have cultural differences. But ignore everything I just said, because Varisa and other High Elves left Quotha for totally different reasons after the Second War, because Quotha dropped out of the Alliance, but Varisa and the other High Elves wanted to stay in the Alliance because we need High Elf units for humans in Warcraft 3. Okay, so the Sunwell. Quotha had this thing called the Sunwell, but that was destroyed during the invasion of Quotha. But it was different from the Sunwell that was reinvigorated at the end of the Burning Crusade. No. This version of the Sunwell actually had different magic, and it actually came from a different well called the Well of Eternity. But that well doesn't exist anymore because of an event that happened 10,000 years ago during the War of the Ancients, which is also a book series, and the first two books of the series,
great books, by the way,
came out before World of Warcraft even released. But this book series, it's super important because it lays out the events leading to the world-altering event called the Sundering, and oh my f***ing god, I'm talking about the Sundering again.
Everything always goes back to the Sundering.
I'm done with this Warcraft lore bullshit. Instead of telling you about the Sundering, I'm just gonna play every single time I've talked about the Sundering on this channel at once, because I just can't be bothered anymore.
Kaboom.
In the Mist of Pandaria, a quest line called the Purging of Dalaran took place. An event where the Sun Reavers were slaughtered or exiled from the city by the Silver Covenant.
Deserved, by the way.
And it wasn't until midnight, 13 years later, that this storyline was revisited and met its conclusion. But for this questline to make any sense or have any emotional impact on the player, they need the required context to know all of this in a questline from 13 years ago. I really want to stress that.
Missionary and Sunstrider, the founding of the Kingdom of Quel'Thalas, the High Elves' involvement in the Second War, the Scourge Invasion. See, the funny thing is, like, this is one reason I think Warcraft has a big old problem. Especially with it when it comes to, like, quests and stuff. They're still trying to make quests for people that used to play the game, that know all this stuff because they've been playing since Warcraft Orcs and Humans. But the problem is most of the people they're catering to now don't know all this. They started playing this expansion or the last expansion and are just doing end game content. And for some reason they got curious about certain quest lines and they're like, I don't know who this is. I don't know why do I care about all this? Why do I have to do this quest in order to get to the next dungeon? Like, that's kind of one of the corners that Blizzard has kind of written themselves into. They're making quests for people that don't play the game anymore.
13 years ago. I was 13 years ago. I was in middle school. We were all doing the Harlem Shake. During this questline, the Silver Covenant is allowed back into the city to help defeat the Void Invasion. Afterwards, they make a compromise and combine the Silver Covenant and the Sun Reavers into one singular faction called the Silver Sun Compact.
Varisa and I have decided that our people can no longer afford to fight each other.
I agree to this compact, though I will never forgive the Horde for what it has done.
As I will never forgive the Alliance for purging us from Dalaran.
Even though we completely deserved it.
Yet, I too agree to this compact. We cannot greet the future without saying farewell to the past.
But why? Why is Blizzard taking the narrative in this direction? What is this? World of Friendship craft? No! To understand why the narrative is being taken in this direction, we need to talk about the massive obstacle that is in the way of Warcraft telling good stories. For a majority of World of Warcraft's history, its lore has been unfocused.
I will admit, I still think that killing off Arthas was the wrong decision, but this was still the peak of Warcraft right here. I don't care what anyone says.
Each expansion has been wildly...
This is the Alexstrasza they took away from us. The Alexstrasza and the Ysera. Look at this. Look at these awesome models.
Different in subject matter, with only the faintest connections between each bombastic, disconnected continuation of its story. But with this scattershot approach comes a wide breadth of lore that is required to understand.
And I know people are going to be like, oh, you just like the Gunnar model, but this Alaria model is infinitely better than this model. One, because how do you get rid of tattoos and stuff? Two, this just looks like Warcraft over here. This model you would look at and go, that's from Warcraft. This model over here could be something. That looks like a video game model from somewhere. This is Warcraft over here. And not just because it's like, ooh, it's super sexy and stuff, but like, it's just, this is Warcraft. The hell, even all of her old art, she was in green and had like this type of armor, even in like older stuff pre-World of Warcraft, so.
Stand when topics are reintroduced within expansions.
This is called the end of Warcraft. Also, yes, bald.
Worth of lore that separate the start and end of a character's story.
Yeah, I remember watching this and was like, oh, okay.
The only realistic way for a new or casual player to understand the story is either read a collection of 4 history books explaining the entire universe.
That we were lied to about. Yeah, Chronicle 1. They're like, yeah, this is the lore of Warcraft. This is the definitive, this is everything you need to know. And then after Metzen left and all that, the next 3, I pre-ordered these 2. And then they were like, well, actually, it's not the lore. It's like the lore from like the Titans perspective. So it's like biased and not everything is there. So I did not buy the last one. I don't care. I wanted lore books, not perspective books.
Read the wiki or go watch a video explaining the lore on YouTube. This disjointed approach in World of Warcraft can also be seen in the game's design. Features for expansions were built, iterated, and ultimately scrapped over and over again. Garrisons, artifact weapons, war fronts, the Heart of Azeroth, and covenants all met their inevitable end once the next expansion was released.
Something that should have been able to last multiple expansions. They could never make it last more than one. Like garrisons, like move the garrison. Like I hate the idea that like one of the characters in Legion, or no, not Legion, Warlords of Draenor, Yrel, throughout the entire expansion, you get to know her, how, like, she was like a coward, like, she wanted to be part of the light, but she wasn't brave, but you help her be brave, and she starts becoming this warrior of light that, she could be. And then like it's this whole thing, and you have a garrison in that world that you could like, go back and check on things. But then there's this random story about how she actually started becoming too zealous in the light, and they had to like the brown orcs had to leave, so that's how you have the brown, allied race orcs on the horde, because Yrel started becoming a hyper fascist light being over there. But I'm like, okay, but I have a garrison over there that I feel like me as the hero, I would have gone over there and like checked and been like, hey, Rel, you're kind of a little much. Tone it down. And then she's gonna be like, no, and then you like punch her in the head and be like, tone it down. And she'll be like, oh, okay. Like just these things that never made sense to me. Like I just
It wasn't until Dragonflight when we saw a philosophical shift in the game's design. Instead of a flashy new feature built for one expansion and one expansion only, there was an investment in the core fundamentals of World of Warcraft's design. Since then, we've seen features like dynamic flying, talent trees, professions, auction house revamp, cross-faction gameplay, warbands, delves, UI changes, and most impactful.
I'll admit that dragon flying, skywriting, whatever you want to call it, that's probably been the best thing Warcraft has added in a long time.
Of all, housing. A massive core pillar of gameplay being introduced in Midnight. World of Warcraft is currently being made with the goal of setting the MMO up for success for the next 20 years. And the same thing is happening to the game's lore, which is desperately trying to recover from the sins of its past. Because from 2014 to 2020, the A-plot of World of Warcraft has kind of been a hot mess.
Yeah, it was literally self-contained stories that didn't have any meaning from the past or the future. Granted, you could be like, well, Warlords of Draenor gave us the Gul'dan back, so that went into Legion. But every single expansion was oh, look at this twist, on to the next one. Oh, look at this twist. Subverting expectations, on to the next one. We subverted your expectations again, and look at this twist as well. And then on to the next one. Like nothing ever really led to anything. I mean, you could be like, oh, well, the Gul'dan from one to the other, and then Battle for Azeroth, that gave you Azul, the priest Shadow Blade that became the new evil lady in Midnight. Okay, sure, but even that was like a whatever thing. They didn't plan that, but they'll say they did, but it was not a planned thing. But it's just whatever.
And the peaks and valleys of the game's lore is directly correlated to the juggling of creative directors World of Warcraft has been fumbling through. The creative director for World of Warcraft from 2004 to 2016 was Chris Metzen, the artistic mind that founded Warcraft. He would step down from his leadership role in 2016 after being burnt out having to manage World of Warcraft, the Warcraft movie, and the failed Project Titan.
Yeah, imagine having a role in the Warcraft movie. Not even like a role, like I think he was literally just like a merchant, just have like a cameo. And then they cut it. They freaking cut him out. Like, damn.
The last thing Chris was involved in was the Legion expansion and the cinematic for Battle for Azeroth.
And look how freaking dope those were. Legion is still considered one of the best expansions in a long time. I'm kind of on the fence about it. It was one of the funner ones, I'll admit. Killing off Varian the way they did was kind of a whatever. But yeah, everything after that, woof.
Director Alex Afasarabi took Chris's place of a leadership role in 2016. Afasarabi was allegedly known to be very proud of treating every WoW expansion like it was the last WoW expansion, which is great, until you have to make the next WoW expansion. Furthermore, he was allegedly the leading voice in pushing the Burning of Teldrassil event in the Battle for Azeroth, much to the distaste of the rest of the narrative team. Despite his push for this story beat, he had no idea what the conclusion of the Burning of Teldrassil, or Sylvanas' story, would be. He would later...
Yeah, and one of the things about burning down a world tree like that I'm 90% sure catapults wouldn't be able to do that. And yeah, I'm sure somebody out there's like, well, she had the power of the jailer on her side. And so like they were death fire catapults and you're telling me that no one, 0 people that don't like the night elves thought to just throw a torch at the tree? Really?
Be quietly fired from Blizzard June of 2020 for sexual misconduct. Steve Denuser, a fellow narrative designer, needs to find a way to continue this story he just inherited. Shadowlands comes out and its lore is heavily criticized by the player base.
Heavily criticized as it. They're trying to retcon this expansion out of the game themselves.
November 28th, 2022, the Dragonflight expansion comes out, and its story's a good refresher, but still has some issues. December 15th, 2022, Chris Metzen comes back as a creative advisor for World of Warcraft.
Not director, advisor. That's why things aren't exactly getting better, but we're just hoping he can steer the ship.
When Chris rejoined, the team was already 10 months into the development of The War Within. During his time as an advisor, he takes a look at the story plans of WoW for the next 2 expansions. He doesn't like what he sees.
Yeah. I there's part of me that wonders, like, because I always wondered if it was either they reached out to him saying, hey, please come back and look at this, help us, or if it was him on the outside looking in going, my God, what are they doing to my baby? He is now director. I think he got pushed up,
in an interview
but
with Bobby
not
Kotick,
for a
former
while.
CEO of Activision Blizzard, he tells a story of when Chris Metzen returned to Blizzard and took a look at the planned story for World of Warcraft.
He calls me. He had seen like the 2 expansion plans, and he called me. He's like, they're not good, man.
Yeah.
They need to be redone. And I'm like, just come do it. Like, you're the guy. Come do it.
September 26th, 2022, Chris Metzen fully rejoins Blizzard as the executive creative director. Then in the fall of 2023, Steve Denuser quietly leaves Blizzard, stating that it was because of the work-from-home policy at Blizzard being restricted and that he's looking for a change. BlizzCon 2023. Chris Metzen announces the World Soul Saga, a trilogy of expansions with a cohesive story that will not only close...
You know, I loved having Chris Metzen back for BlizzCon, but you could almost tell he didn't have the same drive. It was hard to watch. Like, I still loved it. I did. Chris Metzen knows how to command a room. He does. But he had nowhere near the energy of past BlizzCons.
This chapter of the past 20 years of Warcraft's story, but set the universe up for the next 20 years.
A storyline that in almost every way feels like a culmination of the first 20 years of our storytelling. A storyline provided we do our jobs, we do the thing that will vector us into the next 20 years of adventure.
But how is that possible? How can the World Soul Saga vector Warcraft into the next 20 years of adventure? And how is this trilogy different from every other expansion? The aftermath of whatever is waiting for us at the end of the World Soul Saga is what I believe to be a soft reboot for the universe. But before they do that, Blizzard needs to wind up a haymaker punch of story decisions that is going to take years to make contact. And really, since Dragonflight, they've been concluding storylines and setting them up with an established baseline to cleanly introduce future lore that isn't mired in ancient context from past expansions. There's the reclamation of Gilneas, the retirement of Gen Greymane, and his daughter Tess becoming the new leader, the World Tree of Belameth.
I will admit, that was a good storyline. I actually did like that one. And the conclusion with Feathermoon becoming kind of the de facto leader of the Night Elves, that one actually did feel pretty good. I think the reasoning and how quick it happened was a bit messy, but I did like this.
Tyrande and Malfurion
like
retiring, and Chandris being the new leader. Kalecgos reuniting the Blue Dragonflight, Magni not being Azeroth's speaker anymore,
That one comes from like past stuff. Like, I still have so many problems with Moira. The way they handled Moira, very, very long story short, she should be a villain. I'm sorry. Like, she massacred dwarves to try and take over Ironforge when Magnite was turned to Diamond, whatever. She killed her entire entourage to be with her love. She loves him. Ooh. And yes, you could do the Magnite was a terrible father. He wanted a son and treated his daughter terrible. In the lore, that's how dwarves are. But like, the way in Cataclysm, they're like, you have to like her. She's the good guy now, and we're gonna make like Varian trust her more, and blah 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 blah. It was so messy, and they just never went back to it. They're just like, she's good now. You have to be on her side. She's fine. Also, look, her baby grew up in the span of like 3 years. He's now a 3-year-old middle-aged man, But yeah, that's the messy one.
Killing off Gallywix and establishing the Undermine Council. The Kirin Tor becoming a decentralized faction. Finally establishing a connection between brokers and ethereals. Addressing the true nature of the Shadowlands. Uncovering the Titan conspiracy and their plans for Azeroth. Introducing new characters like Dagran and Eretor. Establishing new threats like the Arath.
New characters. Eretor's been around for years.
The Empire. And probably the most important storyline is the reunification of elves and the creation of the Dawnwell. Because the lore surrounding the elves in Quel'Thalas is the longest run-on sentence of lore in the universe that needed to return back to a status quo so future stories can be told which don't rely on the context of decades of fragmented lore. All a new player needs to understand now is that in the northern eastern kingdoms, there's a place called Quel'Thalas. It's filled with magical elves. There are a couple different types of them with different cultures, and that's it. You don't need to know what happened in the Burning Crusade, or the Mists of Pandaria, or the Battle for Azeroth. This is a fresh slate that stories can be built upon. And that isn't to say this is an erasure of Warcraft's story. This is an attempt to finally put some punctuation at the end of these run-on sentences. And if Warcraft is going to have a well-told story, it needs to build a foundation for these new stories to be told.
We cannot greet the future without saying farewell to the past.
Now, what I'm not saying is that the story of the reunification of the elves and the cinematics that come with it are some master art of storytelling, because it's really not. What I'm saying is that from a holistic point of view, this shows that WoW's writers have diagnosed one of the major pain points for this legacy universe and are taking steps to rectify it, and that there's a clear long-term investment for the franchise, which can currently be seen in every facet of the game's design, from gameplay to story. In 2008, World of Warcraft Comic Volume 1 was released. This collection of Warcraft comics included a foreword from Chris Metzen talking about how his love for comics heavily influenced the Warcraft universe. While Warcraft is a high-octane swords and sorcery setting, I don't think it's any secret that its unique flavor is steeped heavily in comics lore. It's absolutely saturated by the colorful themes and motifs that continually play out in the complex yet glorious universes inhabited by our favorite spandex-clad heroes. I know. You might be wondering what magical broadswords and demon-forged fell reavers have to do with secret identities and skin-tight costumes. A few examples pop into mind. Chris goes on to talk about how Captain America was the inspiration for the vibe of Warcraft Paladins. Alex Ross's mythical renderings of Superman in Kingdom Come and Justice influenced the Draenei's heroic poses and animation sets. The dreaming from Sandman and the green from the Swamp Thing helped shape the lore of the Emerald Dream. But the most impactful comic book inspiration for Warcraft was The Mighty Thor by Walt Simonson and Saul Buscema. He goes on to mention that the Burning Legion and Sargeras are just riffs off the demon Surtur and Muspelheim, and Thrall's Doomhammer is just
I can see that.
heavily inspired by Mjolnir. The very foundation of Warcraft's lore is soaked in inspiration from comics. But the similarities
that's
between
always
the
what
two
made
go even
Warcraft
farther
good.
than that. Legacy comics develop into incredibly long-running mediums of storytelling. For these stories to be sustainable, they practically require resets for its story, or it will be suffocated in information that make them impossible to get into. For DC Universe, they implement entire resets to their universe frequently. For Marvel, they section off their long-running narrative in story arcs created by specific writers. When a new arc starts, it's typically a great opportunity for new readers to pick up the series. And that right there is what WoW is working towards. Wrapping up this disconnected story that has been told for 20 years and establish a new era. A new era unburdened by a suffocating amount of context so that good stories can be told. And in order to make this goal a reality, the World Soul Saga has awkward, ugly moments where it's trying to wrap up the remnants of legacy lore to set the universe up for success in the long term. And it's not perfect in the slightest, but it shows that Blizzard has diagnosed these major pain points with Warcraft's story and are taking major swings to help rectify them.
My hope, our dear hope, is that you can see when it comes to WoW storytelling, we ain't screwing around. We are playing for all the marbles. We are working to establish a thundering heartbeat for this franchise.
But Metzen, what about the sword and Silphus? Please, we're halfway through the saga. It hasn't been talked about at all. Anything?
What was that? Doesn't matter.
I've kind of had my thoughts about it being like a reset or I think one of the popular ones was that we're all actually like dead or dreaming because I can't remember his name, but the old god in the last expansion actually won and we're all having like a hallucination, and after Shadowlands we were gonna like wake up and back then and all sorts of stuff like that. But I mean, it's an interesting idea because I don't think you could reset Warcraft in the sense that he's saying with the comic books and stuff. It would be interesting if they did, because they could start over. I know there's big whispers about the Classic Plus where they want to start back from the beginning and tell stories that they just couldn't before and things like that. But having a future where it's, because having experienced some of the quest lines that he talked about, like the unification of the elves and stuff like that, it was done very hastily. And now that I've got kind of, I'm going to say context, but it's still kind of a what if thing. I can kind of see it being all right, we're going to just tie up some bows. They're not going to be pretty bows, but they're going to be tied up. And then when we get back into, the next after the last Titan, maybe we'll just have everything all tied up into bows, some pretty, some not, that they're just going to be like, all right, we are just going to move forward from here. We are going to have the past to stand on, but everything from this point forward is new. And that intrigues me because, I think it could work. But there's a part of it that kind of makes me feel, I don't know, abandoned. Because it's as somebody who's always been all about the lore of Warcraft, I don't know, it just kind of feels, I don't know, all the stories that I loved and cared about are just ending because they just need them to end so future stuff can happen, So, I don't know. Part of me kind of likes the idea. Part of me kind of hates the idea. And he's just doing credits. So, yeah. Interesting. It's an interesting idea. And I don't know. Like most expansions, I'll probably go back for the last Titan. But I don't know how much more I have in me, You know, I want to continue to like World of Warcraft, and I want to give it more chances, but it's just hard, you know. It was a good video though, very good video. Let me put it in chat. There you guys go. Make sure to go give it a like, give it a watch if you enjoy it. You know, I'm actually gonna subscribe. I've enjoyed his videos. But yeah, that was a good one. I do have one last video, but it is an hour, 2 hours long. I think she'll watch it later. Heck yeah. I think I'll watch this one tomorrow. We'll watch part 1 tomorrow, and then there's a part 2 over here, which is another hour and a half. We'll watch that one another day. But yeah, want to get some stuff done. Want to get some stuff done in Pal World. Yeah. Oh, Windows XP background. Hell yeah. My background's cooler, I think. Let me get into Pal World here. I'm gonna be playing on our other server, just because I've putting a lot of effort into it, and I kind of want to get stuff done in there. Ainz cannot defeat the XP background. Ainz is cool, okay? I didn't say he could defeat it. I'm just saying it's cooler. There's a difference. Alright, let's see here. Let's go Pal World. Boop. Done. Alrighty. Make sure all my stuff is hidden here. I want to make sure nothing leaks. I don't want things to leak here. Alright. So, one thing I've been working on, because I do want to try and get 100% achievements in this game. I think it would be fun. But I've kind of started over, because I wanted to do a couple different things, and we started like a family server. So me, family, and friends are on this one. And I have kind of decided to become the breeder of the server. So that's kind of what I've been working on, you know? Yeah. Let's see here. Let me make sure I have... I'll make sure I have you, and you, and you. Get all these hatched here. Apparently I had 2 empty ones. There we go. I was doing all my bond cherries. Ooh. Heavily armored and ranch master. Wow. That'll be good for passives later. Okay. Put all these in here. Put all these in here. Gonna do that. That. Make sure no one's favorited. And let's put these ones away real fast. Then we come over here. Sort. All these bone cherries. I do have one that's like already starred. What's this one? Heavyweight Dainty Eater. Insomnia Fragrant Foliage. Hold on. Hold on. I know I'm going to be able to change a few of these. But defense, immune to knockback. Player stamina consumption minus 5%. Does not sleep and continues to work even at night. Hunger decreases 10% slower. That wouldn't be a bad one. But I'm mostly just going to be using you for picking up eggs and stuff, so... Ooh, I like it when they have artisan. Ooh, but that one has... work speed down. So, I like Dainty Eater. Heavyweight's pretty good. Ooh, infinite stamina. Rideable pals. Ooh, you know what? I like that one. Let's go... Boom for female. Boom for male. And then... I mean, it doesn't really matter. Defense minus 20 increases player mining efficiency. I'm really just going to be using these for picking up eggs, so I should just... Boom. Male. Boom. Female. What is unstable? Sand drops 10% faster. That's fine. So not those. Where's the green tails? Female. Boom. Male. Boom. Doesn't matter. So now, do some quick stuffing. That up to 2-star, which gives me a level 3. And then... Alright, maybe I knew what I was talking about. Level 4 Bon Sherry. Boom. And then let's just get this one. 4, and then I can devour those two. And this one. Up to 3. Sort. I also need the Braloa. But I think I have eggs for that. So... Level 4. Level 3. Level 2. So 45% chance. 51% chance. So that is 96% chance of becoming an alpha egg, which is dope. And then 60% chance of receiving an extra one. Since these ones are going to be the permanent ones, at least for a bit. Need to grab those as well. Grab. You are way down, good sir. Set. Actually, I need the green eggs. And ham! I don't have any green eggs. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do at all. Alright, hold on. We're going to grab these eggs because these are the next most important ones. So I can get this guy up to level 5. That's just going to help me in the long run. Boop. 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 And actually, you know what? I should be breeding a Gelroy as well. Maybe. Gelroy drop? Yeah, it is the Gelroy. This one's the female. Male. We'll do that one since it doesn't have anything. Begin condensation! Starian Primo. The heck was that noise? Oh, they're just fighting down there. It's like, what is happening? They're destroying my base! Good lord. This is not a battle base. I not have an artisan. An artisan series. Oh, but it's not an alpha. Artisan workspace. That one I can change. So we'll keep that one. Artisan series workspace power. Ooh. Perfect. I found my 2. Perfect. As a matter of fact, let's go 1, 2, 3, 4. Begin. Then this one. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll put you at 1 star. Perfect. So many of these too. Bella Noir. This one is a male. We'll keep a female. Perfect. Ta-da! Okay, I am starting to get stuff all. These are all full, so let's just collect the eggs that are here. Why are there eggs here? There's no one here. Hello? Oh, it's probably one of the bond cherries. Duh. Duh. Okay, 1. 2. I really need bigger boxes. I also need to breed that guy into like a Brolo or something. She's only here because of his babysitter ability. Good old Sekhmets. My Shamaris. Actually, before I pick up any more eggs, I need to go back to my main base and get some materials for more boxes. Need more boxes. Okay, let's go. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't need to do that tower. I can't move forward, but I've just been breeding for days. Days, I tell you. Let's also move this. Perfect. My Shalan in here to help me. Build those, please. And let's slam down this. Let's do it over. I kind of want to be near all this. Didn't move it too far. But it works. Boom. Alright, now let's go grab all the extras. Whoop. Some Anubis. Abubus. Clickety clackety clickety clack. Be nice to get those ancient chests. Alright, so that should be all those. That one's going. Perfect. Come over here. Let's see. What do we have? Perfect. Get all these crude oils. Perfect. These will have about 9 minutes left on them. Okay. Ooh. That was weird. Hey. Who are you? What you doing in my base? What up? I guess you're on Xbox. You probably can't really. Stone. Need more ore. Dang, I think I run out of ore. And jump so high. Boing. Okay, gigantic furnace is the next thing I need. So I need polymer, flame organs, and computers. Do the server log I have open on my third monitor. Thought you knew I was looking somehow. Nope. Talking to Fanatic Air. He's over here in my base. He climbed my walls. But hey, you know, since you're here, if you wanted to, like, spawn, like, 1,000 polymer on me and, like, you know, 1,000 flame organs and stuff, that'd be pretty cool, you know? I'm not saying you should, because, like, I'm a streamer, and, like, I get, like, streamer privileges, but, like, it'd be cool if that happened. I'm not saying you should, but it'd be cool if it happened, you know? Just kidding. Don't do that. Ooh, I forgot to put my aquas back. For each item an admin gives out. That's fair. The admin has decided to give the streamer privileges. Look how insignificant the rest of you are. Okay, so I need my Rintails. I need you two to go back. I need you two to go back. Just go boom, 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 boom. Those ones are still going. Streamer perks. Yep. That's just how it works, you know? Okay, you know, how much more? I have one more breeding farm here, so what if I do... Oh, I don't have my markets up. I did forget to put those up. Let me, figure this out real fast. Let's do these two. Boom, boom. Then make sure everyone has cake. 12, 16, 13. Oh, all my eggs are done. Let's grab all these. Those got like a minute. Yeah, let me get these all figured out, and I will get my stuff set up because I've actually got pals I do want to sell. So, rude. 40 seconds. Get one of those, get one of those. Sneak attack. I have been attacked. Sneakily. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Boom. Alright. I also had come across eggs in my adventures around the world last night. I was wondering if you could incubate them for me, because I don't know how to. Oh. Yeah, I can do that. Definitely, definitely. I'd probably have to, like, make a separate incubator so I know that they weren't mine, you know? Sort. Boom. Director wants to erase Japanese culture and the backlash is nuclear. I actually remember seeing something on that. I don't think I saw a red video on it, but I remember seeing something on it. I'm not gonna lie, that does not sound good. Like, if you're making a game to try to appeal to a Western audience or something, that makes sense to not have that in there. But to just full-on erase it doesn't, like, it just doesn't make any sense. 2 hours ago? Well, no wonder I didn't see it. Maybe that'll be a tomorrow react or something, along with the Warhammer 40k video. I got a 2-hour video to watch tomorrow. It's going to be crazy. So I want to learn. Ooh, that's like the best one right there. It's also a really good one. Put an M on that one. Crazy. Right, begin condensation. Condensation, probably pronounced. And we're going to put these two back in here. And see, this is kind of interesting because the reason why I want to get a level 5 of this guy is because while in your base increases the egg production speed of pals assigned to the breeding farm by 38%, it'll go up to 40%. But it's funny because I'm technically putting him in the base to breed. I get the bonus from it. It's basically the whole reason I want one of him. Or her. But actually, let me... How many eggs did you come across, Crypt Keeper? Oh, I don't have another robin quill. That'll be fine for now. Be the server probably it makes sense to give you eggs so you can mad science them or do what you want. I mean, I'm more than happy to, but do you want me to hatch them to give them back to you, or do you want me to literally mad science them? Because a few things are going to happen. Either they're going to get good passives and I use them in a breeding chain, or they're just kind of meh and they're going to be going into this PAL disassembler. You want to see something funny? Watch this, watch this. Let me, just a random PAL here. Just put in one of the Anubis. Goes on the conveyor. Items! Yay! Alright, do some dancing. Let's see here. Well, Emperor. Earth Emperor. That's the... Actually, I want to keep the Earth Emperor, don't I? 3% increased in Earth attack damage. We'll try and keep the Earth Emperor. That'd be a good one. I also want to have... You know what? Let's just get one with Earth Emperor. Then we can add, like, Artisan and stuff later. I need a male. Earth Emperor conceded. We'll keep that one. Boom. Then you can pay me X amount or whatever for them if you'd like. You know what would be kind of cool? Granted, obviously I can't do it now, but what would be cool is if I could set up like a flea market or like a drop box or something that's like, you know, like normal eggs, I give out like 100 gold. You drop off a large egg, I give like 1,000 gold, and a huge egg, I give out like 5,000 gold or something. That'd be cool. That'd be dope. Two-star checkmate. Everyone else I'm still kind of holding on to. So, all right, with all that done, God damn. Some of those are almost done, so it's 13 minutes. Okay, whoop, rubber band. All right, let's head back to base real fast. Before I forget, I'm gonna set up my flea markets here. I don't really have a good place for them at the moment. I wonder, can I... I wonder. I destroy that. So why? Oh, I'm freaking stupid. Back up. Just swapping stuff real fast. You're carrying too many items. Can I? Open inward. Perfect. And Plan, come over and build us, please. Thank you. Why is it's like floating? Why is it floating above the foundation? You know what? I don't care. It's fine. It's fine! Wait, this can't be on foundation? Really? What? Seems silly. I've seen, I feel so stupid. I mean, you know, I found it out by accident, but ever since finding it out, I've been using all sorts of stuff to use as like points or like snap points for stuff, and pillars are amazing for that. But yeah, good night, Joker. Have a good one. Can you go to sleep? Sure, I suppose. Hold on, I gotta build a bed. Hiya. Crap, everything's all friggin' laser beam. Laser beam. Okay, so what if I... that might be too far out. No, that's not what I wanted. I like that. And this is gonna be kind of underground, but interesting. It doesn't want to put it there. I wonder if I just do. There we go. That'll work. Oops. Let me grab defenses. It's pretty good to me. Now, can I put foundation? Yes. Can I put stairs? I can. Sweet. Kinda wish I could be like, I want it to be higher, please. Kinda can, I just gotta not. There we go. So then I can hide this little spot right here. Nice. There's not anything else. that say it was outside? Nope. What is that even? That's alright. I don't hate it. I won't be looking at it too much anyway. I do hate it. Getting rid of it. Hey, it works. Come follow the yellow brick road. Yeah. This kind of blocks off this side anyway. Cannot walk through it. I think it works though. Alright, now that I've been thoroughly distracted, flea markets. It's gonna be too close to the wall. Come on. There we go. Camp placed on ground. And just cordon off this little spot. It's whatever. It's fine. fine. I don't care. I do, but I don't care. Okay. Perfect. And you know what? That actually makes a spot for these pretty well. Ma'am, can you please move? It's like an area behind it. There we go. And then back here, just so we're not wasting any space. Just have one working on hardwood, it'll be fine. Guard, why are you not in there? Okay. Everything is coming together. I need more organs. What is my gold looking like here? 87. Non-existent. That's what it's looking like. We just sec. I'm gonna do a quick BRB. I need to use restroom, and I gotta think of how to make some gold. I return. Yeah. Okay. Didn't know I could do that. Okay. Stack. Well, let's... I don't know if anyone's moved, but I definitely need stuff. What do I need for some more spheres? I've been behind on making my spheres. I can make quite a few ultimate spheres. Where am I on the tech tree, actually? Exotic. Can't make exotic yet. What do I... So that's the thing I have. Oh. Yep. I need the gigantic furnace, which I need polymer, flame organs, and computers. That's what I'm going to focus on. Polymers, flame organs, computers. Of course. High quality pal oil, bio batteries, electric organs, and carbon fiber. Flame organs. Ugh. F and A, dude. Well, let's go... Gold, 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 gold. I have an excess in sulfur. You know what? Other item flea market. See if I can't make some money off of this. Okay. Warehouse. be in my inventory. Okay. Let's go 3 stacks of that. I want to just have 1 stack of everything. The wood. Bum ba da 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 bum ba da bum ba da ba da bum ba da 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 ba da ba da ba da. Oh, now you're trapped in there. Let's see. Sort. Let's do 1,000 stone for sulfur. Let's do 20. No, 1, 20 each. And then we'll do sulfur again, but we'll do at 100. And if you buy it in bulk, so 20 times 100. It's 2,000. So and quartz. 1. And this 40. This one quartz. 10. Or 50. Actually, you know what? I have an even better idea. 400. Done. This one, we're going to make 45. And this one, we're going to make 200. And this one, we're going to make 25. And this one, we're going to do stone. Do at 1,000 or 100. So I just need to get rid of it. Done. And I need to make the frickin' these again. So I tore them down. Up here. No, must be touching the ground. Just put it there. It's fine. Just need one. Oh. Hi. This down here. By these dinguses. Help with the wood cutting. Then infrastructure. Where should I put medical tent? Can I squeeze it right between these two? I can. You know what? I'm actually gonna move you to like right here. Because I can. That built. It's a little off center, but I'll live. Have you over here. Assigned to the clinic. I wish. Kind of wish with something assigned I can make medicine. This with like the medicine workbench. Speaking of medicine workbench, that's what I'm missing. Circuit board. Take up some polymers, but we do what we can around here. Adorable. Okay, sort. I need to go get like all the organs and stuff. I needed to check what I can sell. Let's take a bunch of this ammo. So I'm just not going to use most of it. That. Take those. Grab that. Sell all the stuff. I don't know if those will sell for much of anything. Which probably will, but I want to keep those. To the small settlement. Whoa, that's alright. Good day, sir. I want you to buy all the stuff from me, please. For 30,000, apparently. Not as much as I was hoping for, but... What about the PAL guy? Okay. Now, we need to go find... Hopefully bases are in the same spot. If not, we shall see. I know where one is. Unless they moved, but I don't think they have. Get my zooming. Wow. It's got a lot more colorful than when I was last here. Got some sticking out the top too. Let's see. Ooh, actually. Decent prices. 270. Interesting. Now, I did want to compare. That's what I don't know. That's what I was going to do down there. Derp. So they're selling them at 270. So they did say they were going to try and match. I don't know if these actually sell orchids. My spine! Ah, see? They're being smart. So These are 300. So buying them for 270 is better. Smarty pants. Saving money, baby. I wish, like, I know guilds are a thing in Power World, but I kind of wish there was like an ally system, so you could be like, I want to go over to this base, or have an allied something. I don't know. So let's. What else do you have over here? Okay. Okay. Need a lot of these. Freaking all my money. Let's do 200. Do 266 to make their inventory even. Then organs. Lots of organs. All right. Spent all my money. Use all those flame organs. Frickin' charcoal. No. Just gonna make a bunch of charcoal. And then up here, that's what I need, the high quality pal oil. Bio battery, electric organs, carbon fiber. I mean, if I buy coal. Stop to that real fast. Oops. Shoot. All the flame organs. Zelad? Zelad, what are you doing? Get in there, girly pop. Meow. While you're doing that, I'm gonna go check the breeding farm, because I'm pretty sure stuff is hatched by now. Oh, I'm just gonna chuck my phone real fast. Just pulling it out of my pocket. Felt like chucking it. I hope that's gonna crack it. That'd be dope. Aw, no big crack. Lame. Okay, so let's get my sort on here. Boom. Boom. La boom. nice, 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 nice. Grab the eggs I already have first. Perfect. Need to get some more ancient civilization parts. Getting to the point where I need more incubation chambers. Put all these in the front. Just have some rifle bullets that I forgot to sell, apparently. Okay. All this away. Nope. Just gonna put 2 randos in my party. Not those randos. I don't want you floating near me. Just those 2. It's fine. I'm just gonna call you done. I'm gonna call you done. Keep you 2 out for now. I think you 2 are gonna be done. Here go clockwise. Not enough cake. That's fine. Slowly. This one. There we go. Next to the segments. Not enough cake. Supply drop. Grintails. Getting full. I'm gonna do 2 sets of these. So that'll help me with my bow stuff. Alright, and everyone else is out of cake, so... Cake time! You know what? I have quite a few Anubises. I want to be done with the Anubis. For now. Gonna be done with the segments as well for now. Minutes on those. Ooh. Ow. And one thing I need to do... There is a passive. Don't remember what it's called. Enslaved body. I know someone has it. Serenity? No. Those are like fine furs. So you go search. Brave bike, pastor, cheery, blooded, demon's hand, diet. Eternal flame, fire, versus fine fur. Search. I think that one increases the value of items when sold. It's not the one I thought it was. Glutton, hard skin, healing coach, shepherd, Socratic, insomnia, King of the Waves, legend, lucky lunker, masochist, noble. I think noble is the other item sold one. His value of items sold at 5%. Yeah, so I should have a group of those. That'd probably be good. He sells positive thinker, pyromaniac, master, craftsmanship, sadist, or service minded. I don't think. Drop items obtained from this pal plus 50%. That is the one I'm looking for. And it's on a PAL that would benefit from that, actually. That is kind of crazy. Mm. Let's see if I can stack some of these, because that's on a freaking mud. And yeah, I could farm, but if I can mass breed these with service minded, that would be crazy. Mm. Keep that in mind. Let's only have one mud. But I also have stuff I need to sort, search, clear, search. Nope. There we go. Grintail! Oh, I have, hold on. Nope. Whoop, 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 whoop. Sort. Sweet. Let's have a male and female. Did I not make more bronze cherries? I thought I did. Maybe that's the next batch. I don't think Mine Foreman is the one I thought it was. Player mining. Yeah. I'll still use it, and I can later replace it with like Artisan or something. It's fine. It's less to replace. I'll just keep this one. It's fine. Almost a 4-star segment. Yes. I am getting up there. And I think that 4-star segment, let's see. I want 200% efficiency, 320% efficiency. Wow. See, now I wonder something. Because if it has the 300% efficiency, kind of want to try a test. So that's gone. Dead in there. So I want to do some bio batteries. Let's do 50 bio batteries. Boom. And we'll do segment. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, 25. Selene, Girly, I know you're helping. Are you the 5-star one? No, you're not. Hold on. I want this. Okay, so you're way faster. So I wonder if I level you up one more time. And then I'll have to get your handiwork to level 10. Well, that'll be a good test. That'll be the test, I think. Okay. Okay. Also, I can make way more what I want. Bio batteries, circuit boards. I need more polymer, which needs the high quality pal oil. Merp. Get in here, Selene. Need more bio batteries, please. Actually, it's getting to be about that time. Good thing I looked over. Look at her go. Ding, 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 ding. Alright, I'm going to come over here to my room. Gotten anything recently? Yeah. Yay! At bedtime, I'm going to return to daytime. Alright, y'all. Whew. Yeah. That was fun. Watched a lot of videos today. I was not expecting that to take so long. Tomorrow I do, because I got a friggin' 2-hour video. It's gonna be a Warhammer day. I'd say Warhammer Wednesday, but it's Tuesday, so, you know, take that how you will. Anywho, I appreciate y'all being here. Y'all are amazing. Thank you for choosing me to listen to have my comfy voice lull you into sleep or something. I don't know how it works, but y'all are amazing. Appreciate y'all. Thank you for being here. Bye, everybody. Goodbye.